Alright, boys. Video games. But not for 50 minutes. Not for 50 whole minutes. Oh, music needs to be slightly louder, right? Like ever so slightly louder? Like there, right? Alright. Oh. Okay. Okay. What's up, boys? Oh, I don't have my lights on. Bam. Bam. What's up, dude? What's up, gamers? Today is the day. All right, let me catch up on chat. You mentioned a sudden change in time. It might just be the difference between like daylight savings or something. From what I remember for the last couple of leagues, it's been at this time. So yeah, it's probably just discrepancy in daylight savings or something, is what I would have to imagine. Oh, the narwhal bacons at midnight. You know what they say. I do be yelling at clouds a decent amount though.
Oh,
Yo, Blake.
Yes, Add smited big jip knife.
True. Thank you for the 47 months. Appreciate you, gamer. Make sure to pet ducks in the chat. Technology is the router of all evil. Yeah, it's like the more that I work with technology and the more I interact with technology, the more I want to go and live in like a cabin out in the mountains. You feel me? Watch on YouTube, chat on Twitch. True. Actually, the ideal situation. Not gonna lie. What's up, Templar? How's it going, gamer? My body is ready as well. I've been nice and rested, even though I had a hard run today. Today was a tempo run. Rough. Don't forget to make a bingo. Yeah, we got plenty of time. We're gonna go over the teasers,
Oh,
and then
yes,
we are going to
Melee duck
do
when
that.
big jip bait.
Yo, what's up, gamer? Thank you, Sar, for the 23 months. Make sure you pet ducks in the chat. Melee duck win. If they make melee meaningfully good, I'll think about it. If they make it meaningfully good, I'll think about it. All right, what's the best way to go about the teasers? Do they have them, oh, the website's down, cool. Do I have to do this through Twitter? Oh, do I have to do this through Twitter? That feels spooky. Like, I don't want anything else from Twitter besides Path of Exile. Like, you feel me? Like, I don't want ads. I don't want anything, dude. Twitter, you mean X. I'll never call it X. X these nuts. All right, let's see. Where is the first reveal? How far back does it go? Is YouTube not an option? Not all of the things are on YouTube, I don't think. They also don't have the text along with them. People in IT have manual locks and no smart home shit. I mean, for a reason, because they know how easily penetratable technology is. Huh. And technology probably the next couple of years is going to be physically penetratable, if you know what I mean. The downfall of humanity is coming. Elon Musk will make sure of that. My hero doesn't wear a cape. He teaches how to build a kinetic bolt. Oof. I might not be your hero anymore, dude. How's the duck been? There's less of me now. There's definitely less of me. But the same amount to love, okay? Alright, so let's see if I set up my stuff correctly. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Alright. Just ignore everything over there on the side. Can I? Okay, there we go. Now even that's gone. Now we don't even have to worry about that, chat. He's gonna be a buff to Cyclone 2 or mostly other melee skills or just no melee buff at all. Okay, my prediction on melee, here it comes, right? My prediction on melee is that totems are getting removed. They are doing the weapon buff to account for the fact that War Chief is being removed, and I think they're going to add in base attack speed to most melee skills by increasing the already abysmal base attack speed percentage on them. and that's what they're going to do. They're going to get rid of totems. They're going to bake it into the quality as well as the gems themselves. And I think that's what they're going to do. I don't think it's going to be like this massive, insane buff that makes them like stronger than everything else, right? All right, let's see. Don't risk the softcore porn. I mean, I'm looking at softcore porn right now. Path of Exile Twitter. That's what gets me going. How's a duck spin? I've been okay. You think there's gonna be a buff to Cyclone too? I think they're gonna nerf cast on crit abilities. Like, I think they're just gonna delete them. All right, let's see. Have you seen the new Diablo class? I've heard of it. I saw some people on Twitter that went to Blizzard and read about it. I could not possibly care less than I do. Appreciate you, Batu. What's up, Mace? One of melee buffs, my bow character is cheaper. True. I don't post anything on Max Roll. All right, so I actually think I'm in this video somewhere. Like, I'm in one of the LA videos, but not like directly. Yo, this setup was crazy, by the way. Like, this setup was nuts, if I'm gonna be honest. This setup was pretty nuts. I have a picture. Can I pull it up? Hold up. Let me see if I can pull up a picture that gives you like perspective on that. I have to like DM it to myself real quick though. Gotta make sure I only post that picture and not all of the other wonderful things that are in my phone camera reel, right? Right, gamers? Yo, what's up, Toyo? Gamers Unite? Oh, I didn't announce. There we go. Sorry, I didn't do that everyone ping. Whoopsies. Make sure it's not on screen. All right. Is there anybody in here, in this picture, that wouldn't want to get revealed? It doesn't look like it. Look at this setup, dude. Come on. Stop. Click there. Thank you. Look at this setup, dude. Like, this setup was crazy, man. There are big ducks in his camera roll. Technically, yes. But this setup was nuts, dude. And this isn't even like as far back as it goes. This is about half of them, right? This is about half of them. You can see all the gamer fluids and everything else sitting around, but this is like half of them. It continues to go back. It was honestly pretty surreal just seeing like the 200 televisions and PlayStations and all that stuff. It was honestly pretty cool. So yeah, this whole setup was really nice. Gamer fluids, yeah, they had the ideal gamer fluids. See, they're right there. Look. They had IRL like life and mana flasks. Easy. How was the smell? So PoE content creators are slightly older on average. Interestingly enough, what I found funny, no one smelled. Everyone was relatively well groomed. I didn't have any problems, like nobody looked crazy. No one was sick, and anybody that was sick was wearing a mask, and I didn't catch anything. But I heard that the entirety of the people who went to the Diablo 4 reveal all like got COVID or something like that. So what can I say? PoE just does literally everything better, including his content creators. All right. Yo, what's up, Brian? How's it going, gamer? Sad I got to possibly miss the live stream due to a meeting. Meetings are worthless, dude. All right, let's start. Let's start looking at these. Or where's the first reveal? So this was it, right? Wait, where is it? Where's the first reveal that shows timeline for our next expansion?
Oh, yes,
Does it not say anywhere? Yo. Canadian caller. Oh god, he's here. Watch out, dude. 29 months. Okay, whatever. Yep. PoE 2. Yep. Yep, PoE2, PoE2. Yep. Stash tab sale. Alright, so I guess this is the first one. Reservation effects such as heralds, auras, and such persist through
Series of
death
videos
now. Alright, so we're going to pause this for now.
Covering upcoming... Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. This is the first in a series of videos covering upcoming changes in our 3.25 expansion, The Settlers of Kalguur. In 3.25, reservation effects, such as heralds and auras, persist through death, allowing you to get right back into combat as fast as possible.
So the big thing that people noticed... Whoa. The big thing that people noticed on this one, right, was that they moused over determination, yeah? And it was like nerfed or something?
Death. Allowing...
Like they did a very quick mouse over on determination here. I can't really see it here. Let's see. Path. Maybe we just go to the Path of Exile YouTube. Maybe we do just go to the Path of Exile YouTube channel. Wait, are they not here? Where are the teasers? Are they unlisted? Is that what it is? Are they unlisted? Rip. Or whatever.
Allowing you to...
But yeah, it's like the base armor got halved or something. We'll
Get
see.
right
That should probably get buffed up, and that's why I think that the patch notes are going to be 30,000 words. I think 10,000 of them are going to be the bases.
Combat as fast as possible. You can find out more...
This is cool, something, but I'm gonna be honest with you, chat, okay? These days, this kind of quality of life doesn't really excite me that much anymore. It's just like, oh, cool. It probably should have been like that like 2 years ago. Like, it's cool. I'm happy for it. But I'm gonna be real with you. Typically, when we get super large amounts of quality of life, that means there's not much to show. They're trying to appease us. The harvest change is cool.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. We've got a tiny quality of life improvement today. In the Settlers of Kalguur update, you can start harvest encounters with just a single action.
Yeah, should have been like that forever
we made
ago.
a whole video about it, just because our marketing team said so.
Damn.
You can find out more.
I mean,
yes,
if you want to know the current state of how Cyclone is played, watch that
we made a
health
whole
bar,
video
bro.
about it, just because our marketing team said so.
Yep, that looks like Cyclone and Melee to me. And yeah, basically across all of these, there's just some random corpses of totems, of the ancestral totems, just kind of sitting around.
Path of Exile.
Speedrunner change?
This time around, we're bringing a few improvements from Path of Exile 2 back to the OG. In 3.25, you'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by, and they'll activate automatically.
Cool.
You can find out more about...
Yep. I mean, this is decent. It should have been that way forever ago. What's this? Yo, he's cooking. It's really quiet, though. I wish we saw more stuff like this. This is really cool. Metronomes trigger the fuck out of me, though. All right, here's a big one.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, we've reworked item quality.
Yo, what's up,
The rarity of the item is no longer relevant when applying chisels, blacksmith's whetstones, and armorer's scraps to non-unique...
I don't exactly know how I feel about this. This change is potentially bigger than it seems, particularly on League start. Later on, this isn't going to matter at all. Like, when you're 2-3 weeks into the league, you have infinite chisels, you have infinite whetstones, you have infinite blacksmith scraps, whatever, armor scraps. This change matters only in like the first week. So I don't exactly know how I feel about it. One thing that I am happy about is that white map's getting 20% quality per chisel. This just means that when you get up to like tier 4, tier 5, tier 6, depending on how many chisels you have, you just start chiseling your maps, right? Super good. Red maps and above getting 5% quality per chisels on all qualities is good as well. But this is going to be really, really frustrating when you are in maps, because access to like whetstones and blacksmith's whetstones, armor scraps, and chisels, not so much, but mostly the first two, is pretty low in the like first day or two. Like you don't have access to a lot of them, and depending on how many of these you get, it's actually going to be really frustrating in quality your gear. I might just not be qualitying my gear once I get into maps, because you change out your gear constantly when you hit maps. So I don't know, we'll see, but I'm definitely going to use them more early on if I get any good pieces of gear. So that's cool, pretty solid.
Items. Instead, the amount of quality they provide is now based on the item level. Those currencies now apply 20% quality to very low-level equipment, with that amount reducing as the item...
That said, I have a suspicion here that they are also going to nerf how much these sell for to vendors. Okay? So hear me out. Even if it does 20% quality, I don't think it's almost ever worthwhile to use a blacksmith's whetstone or an armor scrap on a piece of gear. I almost never think it's worth it, even if it gives you 20%. Maybe a whetstone if you're playing a melee build, a fizz melee build for some reason on League Start. It's almost always better to sell them to a vendor so that you can get wisdom scrolls from them, right? Almost always. I have a suspicion that they're going to nerf the amount that they sell for alongside this.
Item level increases. This makes them...
Also, we see a new base here, and this is the teaser that gave us the idea that we're going to have better bases, but, I mean, 254 int, brother. That's a lot, dude.
Much more appealing to use early game. You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG Live event.
Yeah, that's a lot. Percent more now, though. I do agree, and we'll talk about this here.
Game director on Path of Exile.
Like, it's gonna be good.
We've got more news about...
But you have to remember that the quality only affects fizz, okay? So most of the time, you're not really going fizz while you're leveling. Like, I'm probably just gonna be playing a bow build again unless they completely destroy it. And if you are going melee, then this is great. Like, this will work super well for leveling as melee, and I hope that it makes leveling as melee better, because you do generally go fizz early on, right? But, like, once you get into, I don't know, Act 3, Act 4, as anything that's not, like, a two-handed melee build, you're kind of just using Ellie bows, you're kind of just using spells the vast majority of the time. Maybe this will make bleed bow good.
About item quality today.
That would be cool.
Quality bonuses on armor and weapons are now multiplicative. In other words,
more like small
weapons
ducks,
with
true.
full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. You can find out more about...
I expect armor and evasion bases to be... Maybe if you already were stacking those things on your base gear, this is probably a small net buff, maybe 10 to 15%, I would guess. And if you were just using the auras, this is probably going to be a massive, massive nerf, is what I would expect, right? Like, if your build just used random pieces of gear that gave you like some evasion and you ran grace on top of that, this is probably going to be a pretty massive nerf. If you were someone like a trickster that runs a bunch of energy shield and a bunch of evasion and you scale those things already, it's probably going to be a massive buff. That's what I would expect here. So, like, looking promising. We know nothing at this point, pretty much. All right, what do we got?
Roberts, game director on Path of Exile.
This is cool. I'm
Today,
happy that we're
got more
finally
improvements
getting
coming
this.
in hot from Path of Exile.
Also, this is what I'm talking about here. You can see right here. You see this dead totem? This is an ancestral totem. And it's laying on the ground dead, and they did this like 4 or 5 times. So, almost assuredly totems are dead.
Exile 2. We're adding static life bars to bosses. Not all bosses will have them initially, but we're starting with the pinnacle bosses and act bosses in 325.
Okay. I have one thing to say. I only have one thing to say about this. I feel like this life bar is a little big. It probably won't matter that much when we're in game, but does it need to be that big, dude? Couldn't you cut it down to like here and it would serve the same purpose? Like I feel like you could cut like this much off and it would serve the same exact part. Like this is huge, dude. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it probably won't matter too much. The thing that I'm worried about is that top of the screen is very prime real estate when you're doing bosses. Like this little area, being able to see here is pretty prime real estate. So this kind of cuts off your ability to see up top here a little bit, especially like if the boss is up here and you're down here. I'm curious if we'll be able to turn this off, because most of the time I feel like I'm probably going to turn that off. If we can turn it off, that would be nice, but we'll see, I guess. I guess we can watch the rest of it. Oh, there's no more. Yep. This is my favorite change. By far, this is my favorite change.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, the Exile's arms have gotten a little longer. We have increased the range you can pick up items using a keyboard and...
This is unironically the best quality of life change they've done in like 6 leagues. Straight up, this beats out almost everything else that they've ever done. The like moment-to-moment gameplay of Path of Exile is running around, killing enemies, and picking up loot. And one of the most frustrating aspects of that is picking up the loot. Can you think about this, okay? Let me like just like sit here with me for a second, okay? Disconnected from patching server. Oh, am I not gonna be able to log in because like the patch is down or something? Oh, that sucks. I can't show it in game. All right. Imagine here for a second, okay? So you know when you kill something and it drops a big stack of loot, right? It just drops a big stack of loot. And you're clicking to try to pick it up and you accidentally click off to the side and you move a little bit, right? And then you have to walk back to start picking up that stack of loot again. That's just gone. Now you can just pick up anything that's in a like entire area where one enemy drops something. You can just pick it up no matter what. You don't need to like run over to it anymore.
To be more on par with controller users.
It's gonna be so nice.
Here's a comparison.
It's gonna be so nice.
You can find out more.
This is my favorite thing of all of the teasers, of all of the quality of life. This is by far the best one.
Yes,
it's not even close. Yo, attack sheep. Attack sheep. Are you attacking sheep or are you an attack sheep like an attack helicopter? Either way, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you, gamer. Make sure to pet ducks in the chat. All right, I'm curious about this.
Hi. I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path
You are
of
an
Exile.
aggressive sheep, okay.
In the Settlers update, you might come across a new oil, found only in blighted and blight-ravaged maps. All the secret notables that can be anointed on your amulet now use this oil. We have added many more notables to that pool, like this one.
So How do you guys feel? Most of the time when GGG does stuff like this, they typically show the good ones, or they show some of the good ones. Maybe not the best one, but they typically show most of the good ones, right? I think elusive being removed at 20% effect is actually good, right? Because it removes it earlier and lets you reapply a full effect earlier, so that's really good for elusive. And then elusive on you reduces an effect 50% slower is potentially good. It's probably good. On average, I think this is a pretty big buff, right? Like, it should be pretty solid if you're stacking elusive. And if you're stacking elusive, you're pretty much only really playing an assassin. So maybe if there's like an elusive rework, this would be really cool. But otherwise, it's like super good for assassin. Basically, no one else uses it, though.
Or this one.
And then this one is 5% increased cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps per mine detonated recently. So if you don't know, there is the possibility of using a mine that throws a trap. And then that trap explodes, right? So you can throw a mine and then that mine uses a trap. So with this could be pretty big if you wanted to go about it that way. And even if you didn't want to go about it that way, if you were playing a cooldown based trap, then you could just have like a bunch of random mines that you throw down on the ground that do something and then detonate all of them and then just keep them detonated so that you could keep the like cooldown recovery rate of your traps going over and over and over and over again. As for how good this is going to be or how worth it is, you need to play mines and traps simultaneously. It's kind of a big ask. Is this your boat league? I don't know. We'll see. I don't believe it's going to be boat league until we're on the boat. Mathematically is good, but I don't know how it will feel. Yeah, most of the time it's more important that it's mathematically good rather than feels good for it to like have potential most of the time. But we'll see. I'm not sure.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In 3.25, we're adding a 6th map device slot. This one was a bit of a nightmare for our UI designers.
I think it looks okay like that. Like, that's fine.
You don't want to see the prototypes.
I do want to see them, actually.
Or maybe you do.
Yeah. All right, where's the best one? Yeah, this needs to be an MTX, unironically. This needs to be an MTX, and the map slot needs to be this one. Like, it has to be this one as the map slot. Now, as for how this is going to go, two things. One, I'm worried that you're going to need more fragments to be able to do stuff, potentially. That's kind of worrisome. Could happen. They already, Uber fragments are already hard to come by, so that's kind of worrisome. And two, this is really, 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 really good for scarabs, because scarabs kind of feel pretty limited right now. It feels like you can't really do as many scarabs as you would like. But we'll see. I'm curious how this is going to affect actually running maps. I don't think this is really going to fix the... I don't think this is a problem, okay? A lot of people are complaining that you can't do multiple league mechanics at the same time now. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's better. I think that one particular league mechanic and being able to focus on it is actually a positive. I know there's a decent amount of people that don't feel that way, but I just like being able to like, hey, I just want to play this league mechanic and boost the fuck out of it and play just that league mechanic. That's just me, but I don't think this fixes that. We'll see though.
The 5th and 6th map device slots are unlocked by completing either your first 10-way encounter with the Maven or completing your first tier 17 map.
So it says or. Now...
First tier 17 map.
Now... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Now, notably, I want you guys to look here, okay?
And 6th map device slots are unlocked by completing either your first 10-way encounter with the Maven or completing your first tier 17.
You notice how it says you have unlocked an additional item slot on the map device. It's confirmed to be mutually exclusive. So you do have to do both of them. It's one of each. So you do have to do, for the 5th slot, you have to do a 10-way, and for the 6th slot, you have to do... Yeah, that's what I said. From what I could read and from the way that they said it, that's what it sounded like to me, and everybody told me I was wrong, but... You know. Alright. What's next? Bandit quest rewards.
Game director on Path of Exile.
A bunch of people complained about this one, and I'm like...
We are changing the Bandit quest reward in Act 2.
Really?
If you choose to help Oak, he will grant you plus 40 to maximum life. Helping Alera grants you 15% to all elemental resistances. And helping Creighton gives you 8% increased movement speed.
What was that minus?
If you choose to kill all 3, Eramir will give you 1 passive skill point. We have also changed the Through Sacred Ground quest in Act 2 to provide an additional passive skill point. Okay. So you can still get the same total number of skill points as before.
So, hear me out. I actually like this change. It makes the change significantly more meaningful to like actually choose something. There's a bunch of classes that 40 life would be good on. There is a bunch of classes that 8% movement speed would be good on. Yes, the 15% all elemental resist is a nerf compared to what it was before, but I will take 15% elemental resistance and a skill point. That's fine with me. That doesn't bother me at all. I feel like probably most of the time, probably still just going to go 2 skill points though, if I'm going to be real. It depends on the build. I can think of a handful of builds where getting resistances is actually pretty tough, so I would change 1 skill point for 15% resistances. And then it's kind of hard to argue 1 skill point for 8% movement speed. It really depends. If I have a build where 1 skill point just isn't really that big of a deal, it's probably fine. What was the reward before Alera? Oak is 40 life, Creighton is 8% movement speed, Alera is 15% all elemental resistances, and then killing them is one passive point, and then everyone gets the 2nd passive point. Okay. That's whatever.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, we have removed the first 15 waves from the simulacrum. Usually, characters reaching this content were a high enough level that the first waves were tedious and unrewarding.
True.
Simulacrum should now be a lot faster to run. On top of this, we have added more opportunities to get the specific unique items, like voices, by defeating the bosses as you complete waves.
Ah, yes, I can't wait to get like 507 passive voices and still see none of the higher ones. Thank you.
You can
This is a
find
very
out
good change,
more
though.
about 325.
This is a super good change. It actually will probably make Simulacrum somewhat worth farming, and will most likely have significantly more access to Megalomaniacs and voices. As for very high tier voices, I don't think they're going to drop super more often. But yeah, that one had stacked scarabs. Yeah, I see 2 incursion scarabs of invasion. So yeah, I mean, Simulacrum farming should be pretty good, honestly. Okay. Don't care about that.
Game Director on Path of Exile. Notice anything different about this map hover? In the Settlers of Kalguur
What does that sound?
update, in the Settlers of Kalguur
Wait. I didn't actually look at this. Requires map tier 5+. Really? I didn't even know that there were like tier requirements on divination cards. Has that always been a thing? I like this. This is nice. But it's very interesting that Burial Chambers does not have Headhunter. So interesting. Curious. Not exactly sure what's going on there. Slightly worrisome. But who knows?
update, you can hover or select a map.
And then what do we have here? This is Grotto, level 21 transfigured Golem Gem.
At any time on your atlas to see which divination card.
And then we've got Chilling Wind, Wolverine, Whiteout. Don't really care about too many of those.
Cards can drop there.
Poor Joy's Asylum. Ooh, the Fiend drops in Poor Joy's Asylum, huh? I didn't even know that. I don't know if that was a thing before or not.
You can
It's
find
cool
out
that it
more
shows
about...
it's cool that it shows all of those now though.
Daddy.
Yo.
Good to see you, Ducks.
Yo, what's up,
Hoping
Rick?
for a fun league.
I hope for a fun league as well, but I'm not so sure what we're going to be getting. Thank you for the 14 months of Prime. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you. Ziggy D is actually going to be there this time, boys.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, Valdo's puzzle boxes will be far more common. We've had to balance the value of each box to be a little worse, but opening boxes is fun, so we've made them more available. Don't worry though, we've kept the total number of Mage Bloods introduced into the economy from Valdo's puzzle boxes identical. You can find out more about 3
Okay, let me re-listen to that so I can make sure that I hear.
Mage Bloods introduced into the economy fun, so we've made them more available. Don't worry though, we've kept the total number of Mage Bloods introduced into the economy from Valdo's puzzle boxes identical.
We've kept the total number of Mage Bloods introduced into the economy from Valdo's identical. He says, don't worry, but that makes me think that it's a nerf, right? Because if they've added a whole bunch more of them, but it's going to be the same amount that's going in, I think that means that it's going to be the same. You could interpret that multiple ways, yeah. It's kind of unfortunate.
You can find out more about...
Yeah, you could interpret that quite a few ways. Necropolis is going away, and the only good item from the entirety of it is not coming along, so that's cool. Good, yep. Let's see.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In Settlers of Kalguur, you might stumble across strange new encounters in Tier 16 and Tier 17 in-game maps. One such encounter is the Wildwood, from the Affliction League. Here you can explore the mysterious forest and release its powerful wisps to enhance your map. The characters from Affliction have moved on, and you won't be able to acquire the Wildwood ascendancies in these encounters. However, we might have other plans for that content.
So that's what's interesting to me. They said we might have other plans for that content. That makes me think that some of the Wildwood Ascendancy stuff is coming back. Like, maybe we are actually getting the Blood Magic Keystone being replaced with the Wildwood one. Because why the hell not have... The Wildwood one is just better. No one uses the Blood Magic Keystone. And the new one, no one used that one either. So it's not like it matters, okay? Might as well just hot swap it onto the tree at this point, right? And then maybe we're getting tinctures. Tinctures would be super cool. That could be part of the melee rework. Okay, big brain. Imagine that the melee rework includes tinctures. That just being a base mechanic that's in the game now. How cool would that be? Cope. But anyways, I don't exactly know how I feel about the Wildwood itself being back. I'm not exactly sure how I feel about that, if I'm gonna be honest with you, because the Wildwood made things very, very difficult. Maybe this is a meaningful choice between doing like back to basics tier 17s versus Wildwood tier 17s. I cannot imagine trying to kill a like 6,000 dust triple enhanced tier 17 map boss though. Like I cannot. I don't even want to think about that. Okay. Will it also give back that which was taken? I think maybe he can show up, but the amount of those that are going to be in the economy is probably going to be very, very, very small. It was a friendly one, but how's it going, gamers? All right, this is bait. Okay, this is bait. I know bait when I see it, chat. I know bait when I see it. Settlers of Kalguur, 30k. Well, guess what? They're redoing every single armor base in the game pretty much. Okay? They're redoing every single one. At least 10k of this is going to be just, we have changed the numbers on, you know, this base from this to this. We're changing the numbers on this base from this to this. Now this base will have blah, blah, blah. Like it 10k of it's just going to be random armor changes. Okay? That's all that it's going to be. And then the other 20k is going to be ruthless, okay? The other 20,000 words are going to be ruthless, all right? That's how this is going to go, okay? So this is bait. This one's bait, 100%. All right, I think that's it, right? I think we're good. Okay, so Bingo maker, okay. I don't remember which bingo website that I used. All right, give me your bingo ideas. Not that one. Is it this one? Yeah, this is the one. Okay. 3.25 reveal bingo. Hi, I'm Mark Roberts. All right, so Gladiator rework is absolutely on there. Okay, for sure. Melee needs to be on there. Melee buffs, true. Okay. Assassin rework, yep, that's a good one. DD/COC nerfs, true. That's probably on there. Recombinator's back. That's a little bit copium, dude. I feel like Recombinator's coming back is a little bit copium, okay? Do you really think they're gonna nerf Archmage? Like, do we really think they're gonna nerf Archmage? Really? They're not gonna nerf Archmage already, are they? New Pinnacle bosses? Are we getting the 2x new Pinnacle bosses to complete for 2 other Void Stones? 2 new Pinnacles with 2 new Void Stones. I've been saying this one for like 3 leagues. It's never gonna happen. Bleed buff, they're already kind of buffing bleed. Do we really think they're gonna kill Archmage? Everyone thinks Archmage will be nerfed somewhat. Okay. Wands nerfed again. Every time, dude. I think we get more tier 17 maps, more tier 17s. All right, do we go into full copium and say tier 17s are getting nerfed? Beck's back as CM. Oh, wouldn't that be funny? Yo, what's up, Kvoden? All right, let me roll up a little bit here. Synth implicit reworks? Actually, yeah. Synth implicit rework is a good one because they completely destroyed that last patch. Did not follow streaming while you look more healthy. Appreciate it, gamer. I am more healthy. Melee buffs, I guess. Melee ancestral totems gone. Let's see. Blight nerf. I don't think Blight's getting nerfed. Blight should be fine. I think Blight will be okay. All right, let me roll down here a little bit. Holy Relic nerf? Trap buff? Let's see. Ice Nova Frost Bolts. Ice Nova's always been that strong. T17 rework. That's copium from me. Bow buffs. I actually think bows might get nerfed. Bows changed in any way. There you go. Molten Strike nerfed. Oh yeah. +2 radius on cleave. Hex Blast nerfs. I could see that. Hex Blast nerf. Could see that. Heist Scarabs. Adorn could get nerfed. Adorn could get nerfed. That's true. Uber Boss is buffed. I hope not. Crafting League. Veiled Chaos back. Ooh. Veiled changes? That's something I would really like. Warcry rework buff? That's probably going to be melee buffs. Nemesis nerf? Charge Stacker nerf? New OP Transfigure gems. New gems is probably like a guaranteed one. It's probably just going to be new T gems though. I will just do new gems. It kind of counts for both of those. Boat League. All right. There is still a genuine chance that this is not Boat League, okay? All right, we need 6 more. We need 6 more. Need 6 more. All right. Fizz taken as nerf, yes. Fizz taken nerfs. Discipline buffs? Oh yeah, Aura's nerfed. Just like in general, not just Discipline and Grace. I actually think a lot of Auras are gonna get nerfed. I think Hatred might get nerfed. Let's do Aura changes. Aura changes, not just... Suppress nerfs? Do you really think they'll nerf suppression? That would be so rough. That would be so rough for them to nerf suppression. Deadeye nerfs? Oh, I guess Deadeye might be on the chopping block. Deadeye nerfs, maybe? It's been good for so long. But I don't know that they're gonna do huge nerfs on that. All right, we need 3 more. I guess I can put suppression changes in here. I guess suppression nerfs is probably okay. Flask rework? I don't think they'll rework flasks. I don't think they'll rework flasks. Complicated as fuck league mechanic. Underpowered. Yo,
Hey,
Bugs. Yo, what's up, dude? Oh, here, this one's for Bugs. Chaos brand. There you go. That's just for you, gamer. Thank you for the 40 months. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you, thank you. And then what else? What was the one that I was saying? Complicated league mechanic. Underpowered. Under-rewarding. Over difficult league mechanic. I can spell. Okay. I'm gonna be running, let's see. Oh, back to yeah. Back to basics nerf, for sure. That one needs to be on there, 100%, thank you. All right, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so that we don't get any ads during the actual like full reveal. So that we at least get through like the first 45 minutes or whatever. So I'm gonna run a couple minutes of ads. You're not going to miss anything. I'm doing it before the actual reveal will start, so you don't have to go anywhere. This is the time to go get drinks, go get food, do whatever you gotta do. Why can I not run 3 minutes of ads? I didn't recently run an ad. What the fuck do you mean? Did it auto just run a bunch of ads just recently? Did it really just like auto run ads like just now? Don't tell me it like just auto ran ads just now and now I'm not gonna be able to do it because that would piss me off. Watch on YouTube is all I can say. I don't know what else to do. I'm gonna snooze it for as long as I can. There's not really much else I can do at this point. Sorry gamers, it just auto ran some ads. So maybe I can snooze it again. But yeah, just watch on YouTube. Okay, so there shouldn't be ads on YouTube. I think I turned it off. So it should be fine. Let's go ahead and pause my music and play the other PoE music. Okay, so let's see here. Generate. Oh, that looks awful. Can I... Oh, it looks awful. I'm not doing it. I'm just gonna leave it on another screen for now. Fuck it. Just gonna leave it on another screen for now. And I'll just pull it in whenever we mark something off. Take off the filter from yesterday? I think I did already. Yeah, the filter's off. Because this filter actually is not needed anymore since I fixed something. Because like the filter that you're seeing, this was the filter that I put on it, right? It's just too dark. I'd rather it be light. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, can't do that. All right. Filter looks better. Yeah, it does look better now, but then when anything is dark, you can't see anything. I'm going to be turning off stream element stuff, so sorry if you're subbing or anything. It's going off pretty much now-ish. So thank you for all the subs and everything. Appreciate you gamers, but we're turning it off. All right, boys. Here we go. I'll adjust the sound as we start.
I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur, which launches next week on July 26th.
Yeah.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further
league is
additions to the
good.
campaign, and some quality of life features.
All right, boys, pack it
We'll
up.
then
We're
talk about
good.
the console native port releases and the features that come alongside them.
Yo!
Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session.
Balance
where Ziggy D will ask Path of
improvements.
Exile's game director,
Oh,
Mark,
no.
your questions from Twitch
There's a
chat.
whole section
After
for
the live
balance
stream, we'll drop the full patch
improvements.
notes. I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce the new league.
No, dude.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and
Okay.
I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet... well... it's not much yet. But with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
I knew it.
We'll need
it was too good to be true.
resources.
Yeah.
And savvy planning.
Oh.
Soon we'll attract settlers,
Yeah.
craftsmen,
It's not Boat League, boys.
fortune seekers, and of course,
It's not Boat League,
Pirates.
boys.
But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold.
Can we get on the ship, though?
We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
I like this idea. I like the idea of a city builder. Respec with gold? Wait. Warden Ascendancy class? Gladiator rework? What? Wait, I just saw point blank crafted on something. I just saw point blank crafted on something. Hold up. What? Holy dude.
In Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur,
Okay.
you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguuran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland.
Is Expedition still here?
They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize,
Okay.
but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself.
That's me, dude.
You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalguur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalguur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalguurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin
Circle lead.
construction.
Okay, good.
On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it.
Is that how you say that word?
Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies.
Orichalcum?
While bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable.
They had to use
If you're
something from
lucky, you might
3.19.
find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing is free.
Is that
Miners,
Barkskin?
along with other workers that the
Is that
Kalguurans
Barkskin?
have hired, must be paid in cold hard gold, which you'll notice is now dropping throughout Rayclast.
That's a tincture.
You will have control about
That's
who
a
gets
tincture.
hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter.
They made a
Raoul.
tincture ascendancy, the warden,
He's been
huh?
busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later.
Okay.
Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to
God, I have to
retrieve some
pay
of those
them?
resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use.
Yo, you can't be
we've
employing
found the raid
miners.
of
What are you doing?
It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine.
That's illegal,
The
dude.
shrine buffs the demons, giving them power. But once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in Kingsmarch to equip them with advanced pickaxes. All right.
I'm not sure.
Some
I'm
time
not
has
sure
passed
about
and our
that one.
miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to
Not
collect
sure
some
about
more
timers.
gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options. We just need to decide where to start. I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of Kingsmarch. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the Disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time.
Into what?
The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming,
You missed a
where
lot
you
of
can select
interesting
crops to
stuff.
grow and harvest.
Patch looks
But
insane.
don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalguur.
Okay.
Eventually, you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguuran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this.
What the?
This,
Okay. Let's see the Oh.
or even this.
Yo, what the?
Today, we're going to trade
Never
with
gonna happen.
Kalguur.
It's just not gonna happen.
You'll notice that as we send more resources,
That's
this
like
risk meter
Onslaught from
creeps
Synthesis
up.
League.
Much like the dangers on the shores of Wrecklast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this
Risk?
gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going. And
we-
we'll continue exploring Wrecklast while we wait for its return.
Oh, we don't go on the boat.
This is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the League work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to.
I'm kind of
When
hesitant
your
on the
shipment
timer
has
thing, if I'm gonna
returned
be real with
or
you.
met its demise, you'll get notified.
I'm a
And
little
at your
hesitant
leisure,
on
you can
that.
return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards.
Whoa.
Perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future.
50% of armor and evasion is
Aside from
transformed
shipping,
into
the
ward?
Kalgoorans are big on their
What?
technology. They have hired Isla, a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalguurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguuran modified map devices.
No way.
You can then put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. Look, more delegation. Once
Dude,
again,
we're gonna be able to have
notified
bots
when the
in
rewards
game.
are ready to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time. Be careful though. The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing.
Ooh.
Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips.
A whole ass town.
Let's talk about crafting services.
Oh boy.
You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguuran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
What the?
There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalguur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguuran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination. Isla is trying to master
way,
this.
dude.
She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The system isn't as strong as it used to be, but it still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
What about fractured? That's all I care about.
Between running a town,
If
shipping,
you can get
and
fractured
exploring,
mods?
you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for two huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test.
Okay.
Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points.
Okay.
This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back. The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets. And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market. The Kalguurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond.
Finally, dude.
All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have,
man.
and your ideal ratio.
Do we have to pay gold?
It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less.
Oh.
You'll be able to go back to blasting
it
monsters
actually works
while
like a
trusty
market.
Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when
just
your
put in a
currency
buy
is ready
order.
for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time. Cards on the table, this is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases.
Okay, please let it be good.
We're very excited to see how it goes.
Please let it be good.
Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady
This
deals,
is literally what
he
I've been
also
asking for
provides
forever,
another
so-
service, offering items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign.
So it's basically
For
just the
serious
gambler from
crafters,
Diablo.
It can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific in-game items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards.
Yo.
It's worth noting that you can invite Faustus to your
Nice.
hideout, where he will
That's
always
good.
be available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items. As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalguur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships. You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom.
What the hell, dude?
What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan
Never
and rescue your
negotiate with
workers.
terrorists. Just kill them.
If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold.
No.
Perhaps these workers were especially disappointing,
Really?
and you'll just leave them for dead, in true Ray-class fashion.
That's fucked.
They knew what they were signing up for, right?
Did they, though?
Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items.
Okay. Trigger a socketed elemental
In sum,
spell on
Settlers of
block.
Kalguur is a very experimental league, with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game. We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while, and can't wait to share them with you.
Jesus.
But there's a lot more to this expansion.
Yeah.
Let's talk about balance.
Okay.
Well, we've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming.
At long last,
Like
dude. Okay.
before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long, sustained boss fights.
Where's it more damage for each
Further
second thing than in
alongside
your
the
presence?
Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect.
More area of
course,
effect is
you
really
could just
cool.
use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses.
Oh, true.
And finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield.
Okay. But do you have to get
Or
hit?
for those who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses. Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem.
Yeah, it seems like
You
when
are
you
able
get
to
hit,
increase the leeway duration after meeting the
retaliation
condition,
skills
reduce the
fortify on melee
cooldowns,
hit.
or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster.
That's pretty good.
The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking,
True.
with many of its passives commonly available elsewhere. We want our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace. And we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of shock,
Apply up to
Enhancing
50
freeze.
shocks?
and replacing Ignite with Scorch.
That's
There's
pretty
also
cool.
a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically.
Okay.
The class
We'll need to
also
look at this
grants
later.
Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice. Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize
Tinctures?
in is tinctures. These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics.
Ooh.
Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks.
It seems like they're melee
You can
only.
inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While
called that.
activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items, or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses.
Nice, but they're probably heavily nerfed, right?
Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while
What is
active.
mana burn?
You'll notice it has two extra effects.
Causes you to lose
One is
1%
that it
of your
applies
maximum mana
burn
per
every
stack.
second.
What?
Mana burn is a debuff that builds up while
No.
tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana,
Ugh.
losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree. Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice
just
for
a
those wanting to
chance.
deal critical strikes. You might be wondering,
Uh-oh.
with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone?
Uh-oh.
We've added a Frenzy
What
Charge
got
passive
removed?
skill to the Deadeye,
Added?
replacing the Rupture passive skill.
Oh, replace? Wait.
On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics.
Did Deadeye just get buffed?
This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items.
No
We
shot, right?
don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points.
Okay.
If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the livestream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be
Oh,
prepared
no.
for a bit of a shock to the system.
Oh, no.
I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one.
That's not...
Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed. We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells.
Okay.
Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem
Jesus.
level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage.
And it doesn't knock back anymore.
It's
Let's
also
go!
worth noting, it no longer knocks enemies back.
Thank fucking goodness.
And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem
add-in.
level 20. These are just two examples.
Sweep.
But the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20.
Pretty good.
Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras.
Okay.
But overall, you're getting more defenses than before.
Cool.
On top of this, we have buff life modifiers on magic and rare equipment.
Wow.
You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body armors.
Yo, that's
and more on other
insane.
slots too.
Really?
Kalm's heart has also finally been restored to its former glory
Let's
and
go,
once again grants
dude.
plus 1000 to maximum life.
He's back.
I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively.
Okay.
In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage,
Yeah.
and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds. Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances.
That's really good.
You can now get 4% per charge, alongside the existing 4% physical damage reduction.
That's actually insane.
To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can
Okay.
get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start.
Cool.
These of course can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges.
That's good. Oh, that's really good. You can
On
get
top
a
of
ton.
this, duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers. Since we're
Adorn
making
has to be
elemental
nerfed,
mitigation
right?
more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage.
Ooh.
Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore.
Yikes.
All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree.
Let's
The Keystone
go, dude.
Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block.
Oh, that's really good, actually.
A number of Life Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life.
That's also really good.
Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech, but only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation,
Yo,
becoming
that's
more
really
effective
good.
the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay.
We'll go through the bingo here in a second.
Given we're doing a Kalguuran League, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now faster. To compensate, Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible.
Ugh. Not that I
Anyway,
care.
that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones.
Oh, no.
There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern
cool.
hemisphere of the passive tree.
That's good. A new aura wheel.
Wands, daggers, scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers.
Okay.
Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power.
Oh, it's gonna
For
be
you
a
wand
bajillion.
attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed.
Wands got buffed?
The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default.
Wands got buffed?
Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff.
Oh.
Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before.
I guess that's okay.
Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before.
Yeah, banners are new totems then. Interesting.
Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable.
Okay.
Rage is now multiplicative attack damage,
Oh.
but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed.
Oh.
It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware.
No, not Berserk.
We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving, for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed,
Thank goodness.
so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow.
So much
You can
better.
now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds.
Eh.
Now, It's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalguur expansion, we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items. This will not affect existing items in standard leagues.
Let's
Magic
go!
Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build.
Fub gun in shambles.
We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now. This is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done. I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for Melee.
5-month league?
And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this. It's going to be a ruckus.
This is insane, dude.
In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs.
What do we got?
We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalguur.
Okay.
First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds.
Kill that diff scarab got removed.
Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail.
Oh no, dude.
We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter.
Yep.
This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs and maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards.
Oh, gold just drops normally.
The existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total.
Yep.
You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in tier 16 and 17 maps.
Scry
this
a map?
NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free. In tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas.
No
Just one
way.
caveat. You cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas. We've also made some updates to a couple of leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes, and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps.
First and final shots
Ritual
of
has
Barrage
also been updated.
return to
you can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items.
What is all this? Oh, those are the curses from what's
you
it
can
called?
use to raise the specters.
Dark Marionettes are
and
back.
Occasionally a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mists boss fight from the Affliction League.
That which was taken?
He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the league, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away. However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
Oh. Interesting.
In Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps, you can now encounter the Wildwood, also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map, promising more danger but more rewards. You may also find random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps, from the Sentinel League. They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing.
We got Recombinators and
Upon
Sentinels
activation,
back?
they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously.
I don't even know what to think, dude.
You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalguur League. It has two outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing. Good luck! There's many other small changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels.
They're all going to be
We're also
awful.
adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black Morrigan.
Interesting.
In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses.
Huh?
While the Cartographer's Chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items, divination cards, and scarabs. It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps,
This
and
isn't even the
5% to
same
red maps
game
and higher.
anymore, dude.
Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels.
I don't even know what to think at this
only one type
point.
of chisel can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs.
Is that it?
Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them.
Huh?
We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life, and deal less damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content.
Let's go! Good change!
Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes.
That's all I wanted out of Tier 17.
Previously,
Cool.
we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league.
I guess that's fine.
We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles.
Different microphone.
With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes.
Dude,
Furthermore,
I am so
overall
overwhelmed.
visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles.
I'm so overwhelmed.
Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that.
Give me that technological
With these
word salad.
upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Kalguur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures.
I'm a little worried.
Who knows what you'll find?
I don't know.
I mean, I know, but still.
True.
There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of Sarn. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away. We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds. You can start harvest encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Paladin and Penance packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
I'm so overwhelmed,
These packs
dude.
are only available for the duration of the Settlers of Kalguur League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic, and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
What is that, dude?
Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect. Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy Flyover level up effect. Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest. This set also comes with a matching back attachment.
The back
Both the helmet
attachment's cool.
and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow, or not. You pick. The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens.
Should have exploded the corpse.
May your critical hits resonate across Rayclust
no.
with the Cleric's Bell back attachment.
Absolutely not.
Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other. Or you can just spectate from the sidelines. The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions.
This already looks way cooler.
With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and
What?
lashed with lightning.
What the?
Ouch.
What's wrong with you?
Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos
A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times.
and Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues. Blood stains your armor the more life you lose when wearing the Acolyte's Penance armor set. The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near it.
That's kind of cool.
The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues. The Exiled Squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
The cycle repeats.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These packs
Oh,
are
that's
now available
pretty
for
funny.
purchase on both PC and console, and will remain
The
so
second pack
during
is
Path
definitely
of
cooler.
Exile, Settlers of Kalguur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of Settlers of Kalguur League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Chad,
Now, we have one more thing to announce before getting into the Q&A.
that's PoE 2 music.
We are soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2. We have been taking signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com. We will only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Hopefully I get
Afterwards,
streamer privilege
we'll
here.
post Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur's full patch
I
notes.
should, right?
With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Settlers of Kalguur's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying new builds, slaying monsters, and exploring new endgame strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Ooh, boys. Boys, what do I even say? What do I say? Like, what is there to say? I'm so overwhelmed with stuff. This has to be like a 5-month league, right? Okay, here's my, all right, I'm equipping my tinfoil hat, okay? I'm equipping my tinfoil hat here, okay? This is what's happening. They have been stockpiling things to add to the game for like 3 leagues now, okay? They've been holding back, and they've been stockpiling things to add to the game because this league is probably going to be like a 5-month league or something like that. Like, it's going to be a super long lead, so they've just added a whole bunch of stuff, so we have plenty of stuff to do. That's my tinfoil hat theory here. Okay, let's go through this. Are these just pictures? 3.25 kinetic bolt. I mean, okay, here's the thing, all right? So regardless, I'm almost certainly going to be playing Elemental Hit. I'm almost certainly going to be playing Elemental Hit in some way unless it gets massively nerfed. Whether or not that's going to be better as the Warden class, I'm not 100% certain, we'll see. But I am going to try to make some kind of Kinetic Blaster, Kinetic Bolter for the next league, especially with the wand skills getting buffed, right? Here's the thing, though. Here is the thing. Depending on how recombinators work, it might be really, really, really hard to get a Fizz wand in this league. Harder than it was, like, in 3.24, and it was already kind of hard. If recombinators work super well, it might not be that difficult. Like, if recombinators are able to do fractured mods into, like, 2 fractured mods, if that's possible, then it might be a little bit easier. But if it's not possible, it might be pretty rough, honestly. Because crafting a Fizz wand is not easy. There might be some lower tier ways to do it, especially with like the new more multipliers and all of that. But yeah, I'll probably work on a wand build for sure, because it seems like it's probably gonna be worthwhile, and most people are most likely gonna be playing melee anyways. All right, let's look through here. All right, so we already looked at that. Harness the resources of Rayclast. Nothing really there. Nothing really there. Interact this, mark this node. Yep. Magic and rare monsters, additional elemental modifiers. That's the banner. Those skills look mostly the same. We got a lot of stuff, like on the paint, on the bingo, we actually got a lot of stuff. I'm super surprised that wands got buffed. Tinctures are only for melee unless you are the Warden class. If you're the Warden class, they work for ranged attacks as well. It's sort of Boat League, but it's not really Boat League. We could still get a lot of these. This one's definitely not. There's new bosses, but they're not pinnacle bosses. We don't know if there's aura changes or not. Yeah, and Warden also lets you have 2 tinctures. The thing about tinctures, though, is that I'm not certain how I feel about them. Because, like, it's like a stacking mana burn, and then they turn off and you have to reactivate them. I don't exactly know how I feel about that, if I'm gonna be real with you. I get why they did it that way, but I feel like that's gonna be annoying. Like, I kind of have this suspicion that that's gonna be really annoying. I'm looking for pictures. All right, let's see this. Gain ward instead of 50% of armor and evasion rating from equipped body armor. So equipped body armor means just the chest piece, right? So realistically, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. It could be really good, and I'm sure it'll be super duper broken somehow. But it says instead of 50% of armor and evasion. Impale Champ probably good. We might mess with Impale Champ later. We'll see. Didn't he quickly say that they nerfed the flat buff from defensive auras? Yeah, Grace and Determination got nerfed pretty hard. Okay, so we're getting tattoos from the trading. All right, I figured they'd put it somewhere. This is bait, 100%. Like I feel like you know that picture they showed where it's like 800 bajillion items. I feel like it's bait, 100%. I don't think it's gonna be that many items. Also, it's not Boat League. I knew it. Like I called it right from the beginning that it wasn't gonna be Boat League, dude. We're sending out boats, but we're not actually gonna be on the boat. Okay, it's not Boat League. This is interesting. I don't know how I feel about sending my poor little minions to go out into maps. I'm not exactly sure how I feel about this. Okay. These are insane. These enchantments are nuts, dude. Trigger a socketed fire spell on hit. Like spell list? Spell. Where is there the passive skill list of skill gems dealing spell damage? Oh, what is it? What do we have to look up? PoE skills by tag. Is that what we need to look up? This is the page, right? Okay, so what does this say? Trigger a socketed fire spell on hit. So it has to be a fire spell. Fire spell. You could do like a curse on hit. You should be able to link it with on a 6-link, right? Like if you had a 2-handed weapon. So you should be able to do like a curse on hit type thing. Body swap is a fire spell. That's interesting. Oh God. Oh no. Detonate Dead of Chain Reaction is a fire spell. Oh no. Dude, not like this, dude. Come on, man. Don't make it even better with this, please. 0.25 second. Discharge works. Discharge is cool. Fire spell. Explosive trap. Traps. Firestorm. Flame dash is a movement skill. Probably not that useful. Flame surge and flame wall could be interesting. Flammability could be cool. More fire spells. Molten Shell could be cool. Could auto proc Molten Shell. Purifying Flame could be okay. Flame Golem. Summon Raging Spirit. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence. Tornado has a fire tag, yeah. Then a bunch of Vol stuff. Fire spell. Wave of Conviction. Oh, Wave of Conviction too? Okay, so that's it. Some cool stuff there. Definitely some cool stuff there. Gain 41% of weapon physical damage as extra damage of each element. That's honestly just insane, right? Like that's crazy, right? Am I missing something here? But this is just insane, yeah? So we could put that on our wand for Kinetic Blast, right? Like, we're doing Fizz converted to Elemental. So we could just do this. Like, that just seems nuts, man. That just seems absolutely nuts. All right, we like, I need to make like literally an entire video on just the currency trade market change. Okay, so what all is tradable? Currency, essences, delves. Oh my God, there's so much. It's a commodities market, so it is just a full commodities market. This is what I've been asking for forever. This is so nice. I really, really genuinely hope this is good. Like, I hope this ends up good, because if it doesn't end up good, I'm gonna be sad, but yeah, like, this is gonna be so nice. Hope they get better at banning bots. I don't know how much bots will be able to influence this super hard. We'll have to see. I'm curious to see how it goes. Because the thing about it is that bots will now have to automate a bunch of clicks and stuff, and they could just crack down on trade bots super hard, right? So hear me out. I do think that GGG does not crack down on trade bots right now. I think that particularly trade bots, they just don't really ban, you know? Those bots now don't have any purpose because you're able to just get what you want, right? So if those bots in general are no longer really like being accepted in the community, they can just heavily ban people who are obviously doing like currency trading and currency botting, right? They could just heavily mess with people who are doing this. I think this might be okay. We'll see. Super cool though that we can get all of this. Super duper cool. We have gambling, which I'm surprised it took that long. It's definitely cool. And then that's just a picture of Faustus. What is that? Is that a chicken? Bird? I'm super happy with that. All right, let's see here. Trigger a socketed elemental spell on block with a 0.25 second cooldown. Chance to block is lucky. And then it's only -10 to maximum block and spell block minus. Chance to block is lucky. So let me think. Shield socket. How competitive is it? Oh, is the Q&A started? Oh, Q&A started.
Currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold.
Oh, Jonathan's here too?
System. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, you know, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this was one of the key components that was part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people in the office, most players in the office and outside the office, what is the like #1 problem with Path of Exile? And what experience gives them the most negative reaction?
Trade site.
It's often trade.
Yep.
And especially, and I can't remember if it was last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy. What was I trying to buy on the currency? It was like one of the catalysts. I was like, okay, I just need a catalyst up my rings and Emmy.
Oh man.
And you know, you get 100 people on the trade website.
Yep.
I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? 0.
Yep.
0 people replied to me. And I know.
This is
I know
why
you
we
need to
need
scroll
Mark
down because all the top people are just bad actors. And then it's like, okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied. And then like so I was just like on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes, it is actually one of, or was hopefully to be no longer soon, the most frustrating experience you can have as a player at endgame.
It was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the #1 problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it? And so that's kind of where, well, it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something around that. because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you
That's
do with gold?
literally
And then
how
we
the
just
dev world
extrapolated from
works.
there into all kinds of things. So
Some guy just gets
Yeah,
pissed off, and then he goes and fixes something, and
I
it's
like
like a
that a lot of
cornerstone
what
for
we're
the
developing
internet.
now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both of these things at the same time. And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. Like I tried to in that live stream, I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing, and it was one of the things that ground me down last week.
I want to see whatever that is.
So it's huge, and it really ties in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So
wait, what?
The currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word. So yeah, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on, because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack, is ultimately the goal, So yes, use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level, things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
Right.
Is Farshot a keystone now? They didn't say anything about that?
Yes, div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. Anything that is stackable, that
there's just so many of them. That's all.
Yeah. Anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
so this is the thing, because with this trade system you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for this or trade for this in. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here, but the first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see like what the how many things are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon. I guess we'll have.
This is good for me. I actually, boys, I actually spend too much time.
One thing just to make sure people understand is like this is still player-to-player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like
stock market's looking rough today, by the way, boys.
But it is coming from someone else's actual.
Speaking
stash.
of which,
it's a physical trade. Still.
So just that's worth bearing, because some people when they see the video,
I've lost
it's
like
just like you're trading with the system somehow.
5% of my entirety of my
thing with the system like determines the price. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got like I'm buying this, I'm selling this, someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that.
Shot's there,
and the prices are all set by players. That's
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent or that got implemented as a result. So like when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can, because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it isn't their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single exchange.
What? 65,000?
What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe, control right click will move all of them to your inventory.
Nice.
And also as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash, and vice versa.
Dude,
my
they're
35-year-old hands are falling apart. Thank you.
that's so good.
yeah.
Mark is literally
That's
just getting
very
pissed at
good.
things in the games.
So
like,
if
I'm
this is
fucking fixing this shit,
successful, do you
dude.
see
I
it
don't
being something
care.
you
I'm done with
expand
it.
to being able to do
Friction
other
be
things that
damned.
aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that.
Well, that's certainly the plan for PoE 2, and it would
Yeah.
be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, well, I believe
This is
that
a
we will
source
get
of
there,
frenzy charges
and
for
that has
for
certainly our
Deadeye, by the way.
intention. So, you know,
That's
we'll
kinda nuts.
We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. Like this part, I
kinda
think though
nuts.
is like solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time. You know, you need that
nuts.
to be easy. So like we figured that you know, we needed to get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time ever. That's been the we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go like full candle graphs and all
I
that
mean,
stuff?
I'm sure
I
at
bet
some
you wanted
point.
to.
I want
I'm sure
the
at some
candle
point
graphs, dude. That's the best
you know,
part.
This will start to happen. We'll have like you know, community like websites of like all the
the
technical
plugins.
indicators and like all that sort of stuff.
Mad
Yeah,
Money
yeah.
YouTube channel. Yeah.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing. It's just goes over the basics and hopefully, you know, it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just, you know, it can be
All bleeding
easy
is
to
aggravated.
Fair yourself out
That's
of buying or
crazy.
selling stuff because you may be like, I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still, so hence putting out a video to try and help people out, you know, in terms of understanding when they're going into it, and we'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter. Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So
Yeah,
hopefully it's no longer that
true.
afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalguur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about of this town building thing?
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was Pal World League. That was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response. I think was, "What? Hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns?" And I was like, "Well, maybe."
Like
I mean,
Pokemon things.
Pal World League.
Yeah, so it kind
What
of
the
like
fuck,
it moved
dude?
around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like, it was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of like PoE applicable like way. But yeah, that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
yeah, it was coming from again the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems, and I was like, "How can we solve all these problems?" And it was like, "Well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each, and then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that." And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start, and we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalguur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, you know, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here.
Andy?
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalguur and making a settlement on Rayclust. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the stuff.
what I feel.
Like, it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, like we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2. Might as well connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of PoE 1. So this is a new expansion there.
Sure.
world-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, Expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have.
Challenger charges are gone.
But yeah, it is very, very rare for us to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've
there
not really
is.
heard too much about it, right?
Well, it's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets.
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's
places
just
the
land
boats to
everywhere.
go. Confirmed,
Damn, that
right?
was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it.
there's nowhere
aside
for
from
the
this little
boats
bit
to
of
go,
water,
right?
there's just
People
land.
People saying
The rest of
minus
it,
mana costs
They've already dropped the ball on
and
that.
like life
There's a few
tap.
boats
It's
already.
not gonna work
There's lots
here.
of water.
You have to have mana.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like,
I'm
and that's
super
not a new
hesitant
concept,
on
the
these, to
idea
be
of
honest
like a
with you.
league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression. But this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure, but I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well, and that's kind of like. I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in Maps then?
Yeah, so you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2, and there are 5 different outcomes, kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5. And so you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old
This is
the
almost
old, like,
full
shock,
uptime.
where you got the Shock Nova and Firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything. The third is Petrified Amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think one is rare, or maybe early game not rare,
for
but late
Wander?
game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare and magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the Bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control.
It
and that
replaces
does
Raider.
come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
It's a bit Wildwood
the
esque,
mods come with.
isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Probably not.
You'd be wasting all of your time.
I'd be surprised if they did.
However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though Magic Finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure.
Hoarfrost?
Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person because obviously you can find even... I believe you can find 2 of them in an area and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like looting and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Kalgurans love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... interact with this rock and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. And then of course there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game.
This is just
quite
up
difficult,
all the time,
and
then,
he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also again can drop a unique. And I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold
just
as
be
well.
Permanent?
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video. So I guess that was something that people, like that's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing, that's in area.
I think Warden is okay.
And
there's some cool stuff
like
here for sure.
Town and
there's a couple other things like that. So there's kind of other things. So there's actually a lot going on with that, that more so than what was kind of explained.
But all that to say, there's a lot of words to say that it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, it's 2, 3, 5. So 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Perfect. Yeah, those are everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle that you get.
Yes, of course.
Good. It all comes back to that.
It is expected, and again, you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction.
I'm curious to see the list of these.
Being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Yeah, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%.
This is a disgusting
That touches
item,
on the
dude.
next question, and the one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about, is the somewhat controversial area of game design, timers, right?
Sure.
We worried that this would
that's
give
what I
people
want to hear
ick,
about.
because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league. That was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check and everything, right? Like you can queue days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just log in when you normally log in.
It also doesn't mean it's so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying.
Probably 15.
And then anything too
12 or
long
15.
feels like a mobile game.
Right.
So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think I will note, like I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Kalguur. That's the one that has the longest distance, or the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest. And I currently believe it's like, towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town, at the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this, killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing... it's not highly annoying, and also not like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like, I'm level.
You probably
let's say
can't
you're in Act
change
1
for gold,
and you unlock
trade
your
for
shipping.
gold. That's what
and
I
you
would
send your
imagine.
shipping, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So, yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well. For things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port, and then one to a close port. So you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much, much, much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as many, like when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, you're not having to come back every, like, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our design intent. And so if that's not, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you get to come back to rewards and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right?
For sure.
We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely concerned about that idea that would have to, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my work as
right.
But you don't have. It just does that.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Well, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to
association.
skip any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. Mm-hmm. The concept of a timer is scary to start with, but I'm also on the other hand not going to sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that on the other hand I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but you
want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course, I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I'd say I'm more on definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. Whether they work out or not. It's good to see.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like, just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible, for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things, that's all even online versus offline?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're you don't have to stay logged in, stay online to speed things up.
No.
Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, which is obviously if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can get it to the point where a commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen. If you can get good enough people and run slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your Atlas runners failing or anything like that.
Yeah. Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with map tiers and map effect and stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold? Does it scale with map quantity? So your mods?
Yep. Gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it if you can't trade it. Then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously.
Nice. Okay.
With obviously the
auto
the
pickup,
new
can't trade
item
it.
pickup
That's pretty
radius.
good.
And the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping to get this risk-reward system to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? How much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is, instead of because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that
alts roll up into chaos. And
I knew it couldn't be
if you
3
save
pages
up,
of random
you
stuff.
You can just be I'm just going to play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can, and send a shipment that's maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there, because you don't want to lose that shipment, I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. You'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
Waiting a week?
But yes, we are trying to.
It's going to be worthless after a week.
Be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, how does that work with when's that getting paid? Do you get overdrafted account fees? What are we dealing with here?
So you have to take so you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold in the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not just randomly losing your gold, that you're okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. All of a sudden it's just draining it, and you can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not it doesn't really come in chunks. It's continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Rayclast, no.
No worker protection in Rayclast.
All of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits, and arranging. You're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you had that abandon option we saw, because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a we're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team. But they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the
I'm
money.
overwhelmed with all of the new info that we have, to be honest with you.
I
don't even know what to
cracked up when I
think.
saw
There's
the
so much. Mostly positive,
map
though.
running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they like actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, like, you know, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
It's extrapolated.
But you
simulation. Got it.
effectively take here's what you'd have, and then you have, you know. I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because like, what if like what if it's like you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes, you do get it back. So if you send them to I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now
But
we
whatever.
can too.
Whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So.
And you're telling me that like if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you.
Yep, if you put in a Hydra map and they clear it successfully, it's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
You'll get 50%
are they
of the
burning
items.
6 portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of if you're not sending elite people, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality of map runners, just as there is in Path of Exile players.
I mean, if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I failed
on the first pack.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a map with 5 delirium orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium rewards.
So what's like the most sketch, like juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully eight prop corrupted T17 with, you know, whatever else is bloody on it. I mean, or 16. Right. I mean, they might get. Sometimes you actually. Like it's not mistake proof. You can put it in, and it can be like they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be
Good
cleared.
luck, guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds, and then they fail, and you're like, oh, they just died.
Gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Yeah, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often. Excellent. And again, it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind. I just love the idea that we can just have like a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in fields.
Oh, true.
Crazy. How did you like
fragments for bosses are probably going to be a little bit easier to get.
Like, let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters.
Well,
and
you know,
builds.
like early on, there was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about. Like, you know, it was like we were going like full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So you know, we decided not to in the end. But yeah, like the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So you know, this massive expansion.
Yeah.
This is actually the downscoped version. We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations.
It was just too much though. Like it was too much management, too much like, you know, not good.
So so much going on.
Different leagues problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this auto exile thing.
Right.
Exile team manager, kind of like a sports manager game. Yeah.
Take care, Belgar.
Maybe for the future. All right. So yeah, that features list, like that video just kept going. Like you guys also showed runesmithing, which is like a new take on bench crafting.
Ask about fractured mods on recombinators.
Are they all known recipes, or is there some like discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe, You start with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune.
Oh,
and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So I mean,
Nice.
the Kalgurans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just bringing them
good.
the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one hand or two hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon, but with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw in the live stream. It's like, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes.
That's way less cool.
Each thing goes on specifically one weapon, and it allows you to do is we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds, cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like, I think there's one that is like
so returning projectiles definitely won't be on wands.
You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's reckon every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So are these something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come, primarily all come from shipping, which you can do pretty early in the game, but I suspect late game. And then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like, if you trade to the Kalgurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just so people can figure it out. Now, there's some determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence, but we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players can learn.
That would be pretty fun.
And there are bonuses on the port, so like I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat. Or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order,
cool.
So after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 Verisium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the Thaumaturgic Dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so that's almost like a meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing. That's also another feature that was in there.
Mm-hmm. And yep, you get a lot more dust for destroy. So just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them, because they will give you the most. They will give you the most.
So
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
generally it's like better items give you more. So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
You guys like adding sneaky new item sinks, don't you? Like that, yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
For sure. I mean, it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, but the point being, the dust is the ticket at better items, you know? Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So another thing, recombination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
There's 2 things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It just combines the items.
Straightforward does the items together. So is there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is that gone?
No, those are gone.
Okay, that's fine.
And so it is just merged 2 items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input, and so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah. Yeah, that's good. I like that scalability that you can use it early.
Cool. Or even like early maps, you know, something to feel super punishing, and like you can do things like that if you want to, of course.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this mean. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
thing that you can randomly find in in maps to get more loot,
just more juicing.
Gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff, making the campaign more interesting, just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood.
He didn't say no.
Sentinel
okay, Chad. He didn't say no.
Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the Atlas tree right now.
He didn't say no. All right,
that
so
doesn't
we
mean
need to
they
wait
never
until
will
patch
be.
notes maybe,
but
or
I
something
like
else
the
maybe.
fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning, and so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes anything away.
Especially for things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to Magic Find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not
they can be stronger.
Yeah,
they can be more impactful as a result.
So B2B
Otherwise,
is going to be better.
They
than
have to match
GG?
the exact power of every other league on thing you can invest onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage, is just talking about like this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you're?
It's always a boss fight. Yep. Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your shipment will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot. Internal name by Pirate Boss. They get named, and I don't remember them all the time.
Influence the
and then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go. It'll notify you, and then you go back to the town to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, "Here's a portal. Go there, kill this person, or don't." If you don't want to. Like if you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like once you die, you cannot re-enter. So one shot only.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive Scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went, the endgame overhaul?
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect, and we are making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shakeup was pretty healthy. And when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? Yep. And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it, because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there. Like Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't, because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker. I like to push the boundaries and all that. You are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just for the team as well, and like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? Like it was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So there's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like, you know, like what is the difficulty of what that results in? Like, is it okay? Like, is the difficulty versus reward correct for what the players can do here? This kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's like it's honestly hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the it came out just sort of shows you that like there's just it was kind of
I'm not gonna lie to you, chat.
You guys asked me an interesting question.
That is like
yesterday when I first came in.
massively
It was like,
impactful what he just said.
how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, what the? That sounds crazy. What are you talking
They
about?
didn't test the high end of stuff.
I guess we'll talk about
that,
some of the
but,
things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques?
Yeah.
And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, mate, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these things?
I told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a map, in a single map. And I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the
100,000
Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy. And and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
rarity
exactly.
and quantity.
There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that, because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because like we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like, it had a list of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right. We were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive. And I'm like, well, it's like several hundred times less than what it was, but it's still top off screen, bottom off screen of unique items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole rares in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by 100 people who aren't, or a few people even who aren't even abusing anything or exploiting anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying, and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so yeah, anyway, a lot of it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%.
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, you might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like, play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there, and yeah, sure, it's safe, less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like, I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety, but like I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content, and we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to, so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone. There were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are not just like an absolute joke now. But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena?
Yeah.
You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like, these things weren't right. So hopefully with back to basics removed and, the changes to T17s, implicitly it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like, it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well.
I had to try so hard to make the
wander
wander build
viable
work
this time, so I would expect a lot more players to be enjoying those as opposed to because again we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things.
I got it. I did the back to basics.
So then T17's being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. If when you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's all right for the number of builds to reduce drastically because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point.
Not enough
that's
build,
fine.
true.
But when we're just talking about like the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So
Yeah,
just
it was fucking
mistakes
ridiculous,
were made,
dude.
honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again, hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process, as opposed to it, again, just being like out, go and run, and that can be quite... where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s.
I mean, people
I
are
do
still
like
gonna
these
do that
things
with
having an
tier
impact on your
17s.
build, just not to... Either
They're
one,
just
it should be
gonna
avoidable
use
or not to the
regex.
extent it was
That's all
before.
they're gonna do.
And again, investing into them, rolling them, like it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual... Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like, for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like, should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just, the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbiting someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like, if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, oh, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls to produce a map you want to run on this character.
But my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this one thing, then I can still run it. So it's not always just like, I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down.
We need
a little
somebody
bit or
to be the
changing something,
sacrifice.
or
Somebody
subbing
needs to go to
something
bed
out,
right now. So that they can release
it's good for those
patches.
players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
You want the mods to matter, and I get that. And these certainly do matter, but how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off?
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw
like
this with the Shaper.
is a maze.
And with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league before it was changed, all of a sudden everyone, and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well.
Barrels,
and
by
so
the way.
it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple.
Yep.
We've removed a few of those, like, you know, sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league because we've removed those. But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found that quite enjoyable.
Yeah, it was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be, but
for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not obviously going in that path
and
anymore.
Boys used to mirror really good
there's
maps.
Still a little bit of it there.
Yeah.
The mods still matter. Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, yeah, I mean, some of them are probably... There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like out of control. All of a sudden the corpses exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to detonate dead, and then like missed Revenants.
Good stuff, yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion, and like
Classic.
There's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just
you know,
seen
like,
discussion.
I don't mean
on
from
that
you. I just mean
topic
in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for, and that's the real difference.
Yep.
Is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally, the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance.
Yeah.
But then also, if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse, except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything. I mean,
in some ways, T17s are are the map scarcity that the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like you're not expected to necessarily, like if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but like it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain, and you don't just end up with this flat boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel completely just it gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFKable and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the
let's hear it.
and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card
Let's
stats
hear
or
it.
something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is, so I actually just want there to be, there is one safe house, and that, and so all 4 connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's like, effectively, Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. Like, you can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I, do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's like, screw all that. I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible. So I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because we have never been able to get that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible.
Buffs.
You're always either going to want to never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight, and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want, or and then you can do
Melee
all the board
is a
interaction,
second build.
Separately. You'll still have I want to min max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it, to be honest.
All right,
so.
let's let him cook, hey? Let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too, because I love a good, thick crafting league. And it's certainly not very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic, not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that. But how do you feel about Necropolis in hindsight now?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood it was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of lots of figuring out what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things like for it.
The update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit,
For me though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses. Trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot.
Is this just a new wheel?
That's partly due to the Atlas Tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
experiment, done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas Tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because felt mandatory.
They basically
and often will
split
when you have
this
the league in
one
every single
and
area.
buffed
And
them.
so yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite
this
of
is
what we were talking about
generic.
with Gold, where Gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the
Yo,
opposite.
that one's
where it was all
generic.
user experience friction because it was about
Yep.
trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Yep. Well, yep, sure.
It's
40
linked up
times per
above
craft.
in
We
Twitch
also
chat.
obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but
It's generic.
Still, it was like, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons
for
learned
This
for
is
sure.
also
Yeah.
generic.
Alright, cool. The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization, but it was not optional, and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which people has a
Never
fair bit
mind,
of.
tinctures are goaded.
For sure. And again, we with the league being like, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day,
Tinctures are goaded.
probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we like try these things out here and there. Some
It's a little
people probably
spooky, though.
thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy
Tincture mastery.
various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right.
Tincture mastery.
We don't do it again, right? Like, that's part of it. And this is a lesson learned every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, learning from all the stuff.
Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon here. So we had finally the much-awaited massive
is up
melee
here now.
changes. What was the big thing
Which
that
is just
was
a movement, I think,
led
right?
to you guys pulling
Nothing
the
else
trigger
different?
on this issue?
Champ nerf?
I mean,
Doing some melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community,
what?
people wanted it. That's
What was like the key change that you kind of needed?
Is it
maybe to get
this?
figured out.
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a
Fortify
document of
changes?
okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable, and effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them,
I didn't think to
then
look at
you
Deadeye.
just
Uh-oh.
sucked.
Bad. Yeah.
And so effectively
Uh-oh.
we needed to do something about that to make it so that just hit things is like a more viable path. That, I think that's just really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was like, let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about like maybe there's some way to make it so that you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something, but in the end it was just like, you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure let's just get rid of any of these barriers. I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single
This
other
is a
gem slot is empty.
30%
Like
more
it
damage
should
nerf.
be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the
But
tree.
no reduction up
Whereas a lot
close
of what was
now,
happening before
which
is
is actually
often-
good.
something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, like something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them, and that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game standards.
Finally came through, boys.
Checklist thing that we...
Yeah, it's gone a little bit too far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more... Like, considering when you've got this league, you're going to have runesmithing. You've got the obviously quality changes applies to unique. You've got the new modifiers on rare items. You've got like, we haven't buffed the life on every unique. We've buffed it on Kelms. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items,
Chieftain?
Quite intentionally, so that, you know, rare item, and it's not, you know, it's not just hiding behind all these things. You got to learn wiki and do all of that. So it should be that you can get further without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially with melee this time round. And on top of that, like, bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were like hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so they're just more obvious and you can figure them out.
Same.
And also just, hit things and they die, and not feel so
infinite
like,
power.
Okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. That is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently, and thus get more items and more power, of course, right? We're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage, you know?
Well, playing devil's advocate a little bit, the new banners... Is that
it just means
just
it's
melee
always
totems again?
maxed. Same thing as the shield.
I mean, not in this... Okay, they're not as powerful implicitly. They are... It depends on what you want to call it. You can look at the totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them. And I do like the idea that there is... you know, skill involved as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger
That's
for
actually
8 seconds.
better, isn't it?
They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effect for seconds, and then you can place it again.
Back from
and sure, it might end up being
right?
like on rotation. It's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be... I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners, and yeah. The other thing, of course, being getting rid of, even like Berserk. We're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things. That if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done there...
Did he say
I know we
get
said
rid
rapid
of
fire,
Berserk?
but it is don't worry, it's part of the
Is that what he said?
We've made sure to take... We've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of like experience per hour testing. We've got like, time testing. We've got like our... one of the... People probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. And we've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's find out where the things should sit. And generally, it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain... a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
On a better player, in a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
That's fascinating. Wow. So we've got new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very
Make
obvious way to
rares
keep
matter
getting
again.
upgrades throughout endgame. Honestly, given how long endgame takes and how much of an integral part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference.
Yep.
So we're just adding more here. It is more clear. Like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it. Obviously just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is like, you know, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, you know, rare items mattering more once again.
All right. We'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably not. Maybe for
Retaliation
I don't know. You
Master?
never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now it
fair
is. So you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no current plans, but
enough. Okay.
who knows? Things change every week around here.
Guys, this was a massive Q&A. I'm exhausted. It's awesome. Let's go take a break and let people read some patch notes. And
Finally.
there'll be an FAQ news post wrapping up some of the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there and read some of those later. But thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone reading those patch notes.
Yeah, good luck.
It'll take a while.
Yeah.
We considered doing audiobook versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have to be reading them.
I'm pretty sure Rue already does that, doesn't he? He just has them like speak out
remind
for
them
him.
to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for
All
now.
right.
I'm Ziggy. Thanks for watching, folks. See you later.
Closing that. All right, here we go, boys. Here we go. But wow, that's a lot. All right, so Settlers Challenge League. Don't really care. All right. Here we go, boys. Eviscerate, Swordstorm, Expert Retaliation. Retaliate against a blocked hit by slamming a huge armored fist. Retaliate against a savage hit with a war cry, taunting all nearby enemies to attack the user. User and nearby allies gain a buff which grants rage and prevents rage from being lost. Huh. Supports melee attack skills which can be exerted. Yeah, we saw that one, I think. Control F detonate. Oh shit. No shot, dude. Really? Really? Instinct Steel Spray no longer has added attack physical damage at all levels. It didn't get nerfed? Okay. Corpses spawned by the Desecrate and Corpse Walk skill now have a flat 15% chance to match your specters rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpses. These spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills such as race specters. So what does that mean? Corpses spawned by the Desecrate and Corpse Walk skills now have a flat 15% chance to match your specters, rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpse varieties that they can be picked from. What is spectral corpses? If you get the specter, it can't be detonated. That's a pretty big damage nerf, isn't it? Like that's pretty big, yeah? Like that's pretty big, I think. All right, we'll just read through. Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty big damage nerf. All right, that's good. Okay, so let's see. Added a slot for stacked decks to the currency stash tab. Let's go, dude. Melee totem skills have been removed. Yep, they buffed the damage on almost every melee skill. Ancestral Protector, Ancestral War Chief, Vol, and Earthbreaker. Huh. Earthbreaker's gone too. Huh. Oh, they're giving them the MTX back. Existing versions of the Forbidden Shaco and Replica Dragon Fang will now provide another gem. RIP. Dawnstride unique boots no longer grab 100% increased. Socketed slam gems are socketed by level 25 Earthbreaker. Does Earthbreaker do something different now? And it provides Ancestral Bond? I guess Earthbreaker is something different now, apparently. Player spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. Oof. Panopticon notable passive skill has been removed. Wait. I guess it doesn't matter. Like, so melee abilities like Lancing Steel, Splitting Steel, and all of that, they're mostly unchanged because of the changes to melee, like other melee stats, right? So it should be fine. Okay, so banners are free. They don't grant a permanent buff. They're now much more powerful than before. Yeah, we know about the Bannerman change. Defiant Stand causes you to gain 3 endurance charges and frenzy charges when you consume maximum valor to place a banner. That's honestly pretty cool. Like, gaining endurance charges is unironically a hard thing to do most of the time. Whoa, banners also cause killed enemies to have 20% chance to explode? That could be really good for like Simulacrum and stuff. Banner passive masteries. Banners also maim. Gain 5 valor if you war cry. Cover 3 life for 5 valor consumed to place a banner. That's pretty good. Banners cause 8% increased damage taken. This is pretty cool. I like this. It's fine. All right, Rage rework. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. 1% more attack damage per rage gained. Doesn't grant attack speed or movement speed. You lose 10 rage every 1 second if you have not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Many sources of rage now generate rage much more quickly. There is now a shared cooldown preventing you from gaining rage on hit for more than 1 hit every 0.5 seconds. That's a shared cooldown. Maybe it like adds to the amount that you get every 0.5 seconds for most things? Interesting. Rage effect applies to the damage inherently granted by rage. Let's look at the Berserker since we're on that point. Okay. Rage. Every rage also grants 1% increased attack speed, and inherent rage loss starts 2 seconds later. So 30% attack speed essentially. Lose 0.1% of life per second per rage while you are not losing rage. 50% increased rage effect. That's pretty good, dude. Berserker might actually be decent. War cries exert twice as many attacks? LA got nerfed? Rippin' pepperonis. Oh yeah, let's look. So, lightning arrow. No longer has added lightning damage at all gem levels. It scales more with added damage. Okay, elemental hit. Oh. Oh. I was about to just be like, what the fuck have you done? But apparently elemental hit of the spectrum still requires a bow or wand. Oh, thank fucking goodness, dude. Oh, okay. Did it get changed at all, though? All right. Has a mana cost of 6, scaling up to 10. Now has 6 to 12. It's got more added... Wait. It's got more added fire damage, more added cold damage, and more added lightning damage? Wait, did they buff it? Wait, did elemental hit of the spectrum get buffed? All right, let me 182 to 337 is a buff. 148 to 275 is a buff. 26 to 590. Dude, they buffed it. That's cool. All right. Awesome. Elemental hit of the spectrum is just like what you go now, I think. And I'm pretty happy with going wands too. Should be fun. It should be a fun league for wanders, actually. All right, let's go back up to where we were. All right, so we were at rage, right? Okay. Chainbreaker Timeless Keystone been updated to state that rage regeneration stats do not delay the inherent loss of rage. Okay. There's Girdle. Instead, it now has gain 5 rage on melee hit. That's kind of crazy. Oh, so it is what I thought it was. Basically, you're just going to be able to gain more rage every 0.5 seconds from all of these sources. It's just it can only happen every 0.5. Okay. Yeah, see? They all do that. They don't give maximum rage anymore, they just give more rage on melee hit. That's good. I actually like that. That's pretty solid. Take 15 seconds to get max rage? No, you're gonna be able to get like 10 or 15 rage every couple seconds is what it seems like. That's what it seems like. Will the change of Vault Pact affect PhD shield version of Ellie hit? Oh, Mahuk Soddle's Machination? What is the actual change to Vault Pact? Like, what does it say? Life leech from melee damage is instant. What did it say previously? It just says double, right? Because currently it just says total recovery per second from life leech is doubled. Maximum total life recovery per second from leech is doubled. You have no life regeneration. Cannot recover life other than leech. Huh. Does that actually mess up PhD shield? It's a nerf for sure, but does it like mess it up? How did we recover life before? It was just leech, right? I don't think this particularly messes anything up, yeah? Oh, wait. Wait, does that... Hold up, wait. If it disables Defiance of Destiny, that might have killed it, actually. Is Defiance of Destiny recover? Oh, that would be so sad, but yeah, actually I think that might kill it, right? Because gain life is recovering life. And it says cannot recover life other than from leech. Is Mahuxaddle's I don't know how to say it. Is the PhD shield melee only essentially now? Wait, how do you even use that shield anymore? Doesn't it just make it so you literally, like, the shield just doesn't work anymore? No, it just makes it so that, it just makes it so that you have to leech. It makes it so that the only way that you can recover life is from leech now. But the problem is that, like, this line that says life leech effects are not removed at full life, this doesn't work anymore. Oh, wait, yeah, it does. It does work for ranged. But the problem is we can't recover life with Defiance of Destiny anymore. So we would have to use something other than Defiance of Destiny, which means that we need to scale evasion. And we'd have to use a different amulet. I don't know how I feel about that. So we'd have to use a different amulet, and we would have to go much harder into leech, right? That kind of feels bad, honestly. That's gonna make the build feel way worse. PhD shield might not be the answer then. We might just be going int sac. 239% on added damage. And they're buffing bases. We don't have the, like, we don't have the node anymore, but tinctures are back. There might be something there. Yay, if you're still around, there might be something there. Legitimately. There might be something there. Alright, let's go back to what we were doing, wherever we were. Yeah, the PhD shield build might just be completely dead because of the Volpack change. That's super unfortunate. Honestly, I think they should remove Volpact from that shield. Because it's like, how do you even use that shield anymore? It just seems bad now. Okay, so we finished with Rage, right? Okay. Tinctures. Place a tincture in one of your belt slots. Once you have deactivated one, no tincture can be activated for a time. Tinctures can be magic or unique, but not rare. Oh, there's going to be unique tinctures? We know about the Bloodsoaked Blade. Okay. Yep, tincture. Added a set of tincture passive masteries. The first 6 stacks of mana burn applied to you have no effect. That's actually really good. 1% increased flash charges gained per mana burn on you. Huh. I don't care too much about retaliation right now. There's not really anything interesting in there. Alright, we know that. We know that. Yep. So now, the thing about the Nameless Seer change, with this Scrya map thing, everyone is just going to be running the same exact map, and it's just going to be whatever map is the best. Defiance of Destiny also nerfed? Oh, well, it doesn't matter then. Okay, Sentinels, yep. It no longer provides increased divination cards found in the area. It now causes an area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of Doedries Devoted. Interesting, it makes them drop stacked decks? Instead, it now causes 5 packs of magic monsters in area to drop additional divination cards. What do you not think about Gladiator? It seems like it could be good for a couple of things. Bleed might be a thing, maybe. We know about this one. Oh wow, Cartography Scarab is actually really good now. Provides 10% increased maps found in an area for each map modifier affecting the area. This is actually really good for the strategy that I was going to run anyways. I'm going to be doing 8-mod map farm. So this is just 80% increased maps found now instead of 50. That's pretty good, dude. Yo, this is cool too. They removed Divine Blessing gem from the game. Is Divine Blessing the life one? Okay. The free aura one. Oh, that's just the base one? Yikes, dude. The one where you spend a certain amount of mana? Interesting. They just got rid of that? Oof. That's big, dude. Steel Champ starter win? I probably won't make a Steel Champ starter unless Rue doesn't. Like, if Rue completely abandons it, maybe I'll mess around with Steel Champ, but I don't know. Rue typically works on some kind of Steel Champ something. Horn Scarab's Tradition. All rare and unique monsters and areas have a dropped items transformed by a reward modifier. Previously just rare. The finalized version of Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation pretty much just doesn't work anymore. I'm probably going to be playing like an earlier version of it, but most likely I'm going to be swapping to Instack. An additional rare monster in area will be Pantheon touched. Okay. Unique monsters in areas that have 2 additional monster modifiers? Scarab of Wisp is now 2,000. Wow, they really nerfed that super hard. The following scarabs can no longer be obtained. Trail beyond a Scarab of Corruption. Wait. What is that? Oh, doesn't matter. Cartography Scarab of Singularity. Okay, that doesn't matter. Okay, so none of these are that big of a deal. What's up, Tipperto? How's it going, gamer? You can now see what tier 17 maps drop from which map. That's also good. Huh, Union of Souls is gone. Oh wait, no. It's only in Valdos. Nice. So Union of Souls is basically gone, so it's only in Valdos now. Exclusive tier 17 map modifiers now have increased item rarity to quantity ratios more in line with regular map modifiers. RIP. Chance for rare monsters to fracture on death. Okay. Monsters in ultimatum encounters now drop loot again. Okay. No, that build's not gonna work anymore. The endgame version of the build won't work anymore. The PhD shield is significantly worse because of the vol pack change. So if we want to use that, we're going to have to go about it a very different way, and I'll have to test it. Defiance of Destiny got neutered, so we would need to be running Evasion most likely. But the actual answer at the end of the day is probably just it's going to swap into Instack or something like that. Okay, yep, they changed a bunch of maps. We know about that. Corpses that you can use to raise as specters can now be found as a reward in rituals. These corpses have been rebalanced to be appropriate for the core game compared to their debut in Affliction League. I wonder what that means. Someone said Defiance got changed, but I don't know. It does not work with PhD Shield anymore, so... Okay, don't really care about most of these. Back to Basics has been removed. The Unending Nightmare Keystone now has Delirium in your maps, has double difficulty scaling with distance from the mirror. Wait, what? What is that? I don't know what that is. You making something with similar tier 17 flow? We'll see. Tier 17 maps are going to be way easier, so like the barrier to entry is going to be way lower. Back to Basics doesn't exist anymore, and they've nerfed the difficulty of it significantly. So yeah. I don't really care about Blight, if I'm gonna be honest. The way that quantity and rarity of items drop from extra content has been changed. Generally, we have added item quantity or rarity bonuses to a number of mechanics. Didn't we remove those recently? I saw Pact with Energy got nerfed. Yeah, someone said that before. Changed a lot of the quantity and rarity bonuses on monsters to prevent things multiplying out of control at the very top end. They talked about that in the what's it called? This shouldn't affect basically anybody. Item quantity bonuses on all characters' items have been removed. Bisco's collar got disabled. The aesthetic can no longer be obtained. Sedima's... Bisco's leash. 10 to 15 all attributes, so this is just useless now. It has more rarity. What the hell? Divination Distillate's only 10% elemental resists? Thieves' Torment has rarity. Goldworm has rarity. Greed's got a little bit buffed. This is insane. It does go to 15. What the hell, dude? Ventor's Gamble now goes up to 15% increased mana reservation efficiency. That's nuts, dude. No more quantity headhunters. Alright, so they nerfed Desecrate, Corpse Walk, corpses in general pretty hard. Player spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. Endurance charges are different. Ward is now instantly restored after 2 seconds. That's pretty good. Is this just a block attack damage buff? This 15% used to be here, right? It was 15% chance to block. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation now have a more consistent swing speed, rather than the first swing being slower than the second swing. This is actually pretty big for a lot of skills, for a lot of strikes. Divine Blessing hit support has just been removed. Holy shit, man. March of the Legion is unaffected by these changes and is now the sole source of the support. Interesting. These skills no longer have the physical tag? Huh. Some attack skills that can be used ranged or melee have had their weapon requirements split between the base gem and transfigured gem. The Frenzy skill gem now requires a bow or wand, while Frenzy of Onslaught requires a melee weapon. Oof. We know about this one, we looked at it earlier. Puncture of Shanking versus Puncture skill normal one. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means for Bama. Absolution got nerfed early? Really? That's weird. Ancestral Cry no longer grants a buff which gives you bonus armor and melee range. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants elemental resistances. Wow, that's pretty decent. That's pretty good. Armageddon Brand got nerfed early. Armageddon Brand of Recall and Volatility got nerfed early. Bane got buffed. Bane of Condemnation got buffed. Battle Mage's Cry no longer grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increases of spell damage. Said the user and nearby allies gain a buff that boosts critical strike chance. 0.5 base crit per 5 power. So 2.5 base crit now? Eh. You're not gonna be happy about your wand build later on? Well, yeah, the PhD shield doesn't work. That's the main thing that's stopping that wand build from working. Berserk just gives 40% increased rage effect at gym level 1, up to 59. Okay, don't care about Blade Flurry or Blade Storm. Blade Storm got buffed pretty heavily though. Bone Nova. Bone Shatter. Okay, what happened here? Bone Shatter got a decent buff, but it's not huge. This is one of the smaller ones. Yeah, this is one of the smaller buffs. But Bone Shatter of Carnage got a massive buff. I'm wondering how much that matters. All right, Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma. Ooh, Complex Trauma got nerfed in the way that I was thinking that you could abuse it. Rip. Because it's got a maximum of 200. Because it had no cap before, but now it has a cap. Call to Arms has been renamed to Auto Exertion. Now reserves 15% mana per supported Warcry to cause those Warcries to be repeatedly triggered. Wow, what the hell? It can now support multiple Warcries and no longer causes Warcries to share cooldowns. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's worse for generic builds and better for slam builds? That's cool. So slam builds aren't going to be god-awful to play anymore? This actually makes it so that maybe I would care to play Warcry builds, unironically. Don't care about this. Gain 2 rage on attack hit. Ooh. Yo, Cleave? Yo, Cleave got buffed, dude. Actually, there's a couple other things to put in here. Deadeye got nerfed. DD got nerfed. I haven't seen anything about Adorned yet. There were some aura changes, but not a ton. Cleave no longer has a physical tag. Does that matter that much? I guess you can't... does that matter that much? I'm not sure it matters that much. Cold Snap got nerfed early. We'll look at Adorn when we get there. Let's see. Crackling Lance got nerfed early. Creeping Frost got buffed later. Nerfed early. Cyclone doesn't have physical attack damage, but it scales a bit better now. You must gain Valor from melee combat to use this skill. So with banners, you have to be melee. The strongest aura in the game has been brought low. What was it previously? Because now it's 39% gained. What was the increase before Hatred PoE? That's the wrong website. Oh, but I have the app. So it's 25 gained and 18% more. Is that even that much of a nerf? It's a nerf for sure. Because it's like your overall damage no longer scales, right? So if your damage is converted now, that damage isn't scaled. Yeah, it's definitely a lot worse. Yeah, it's definitely a lot worse. It's gaining 14% more gained of your fizz, but it's not affecting your overall damage anymore if you convert all of it. It's definitely a nerf. All right. Where were we? Defiance banner. So this is only melee now. You have to be in melee combat. Steel Champ might just be rip. Might be annoying to play, honestly. The maximum level of corpses spawned is now level 20 at gem level 1, scaling up to 80 at gem level 20. Previously level 100. Yeah, that's big. So determination lost half. So aura changes did go through. That's on the list. Dominating below, its own damage got buffed. Double strike. Double strike of impaling, a momentum. Dreadbanner just has none of its previous stats. 5% more area of effect, 5% more aura effect. Block? Recover life on blocking. That just seems bad. Dual strike of ambidexterity. Now is the mana cost higher? So dual strike of ambidexterity did not get that big of a buff. And it lost totems. This seems like a slight nerf, right? Overall? I really don't care about these. We looked at Elemental Hit of the Spectrum, and this is a buff. So that's interesting. Enduring Cry no longer grants a brief burst of life regeneration or a buff which grants resistance and physical damage reduction. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants life regeneration. 2% of life regenerated per 5 power. So it's 10% life regeneration per second? Nearby allied players are now granted endurance charges as well as the user. Interesting. Okay. Essence Drain. Essence Drain got 300 DPS buff, dude. Big. Don't care about Explosive Concoction. Fireball got nerfed early on. Firestorm got nerfed early on. Flicker Strike is part of melee. Yo, the big Frost Blades of Catabasis buff, dude. Oh no, sorry, it's a nerf. It costs more mana now. That'll definitely change something, right? Alright, Frost Bomb, Frost Blink. Nerfed early. Galvanic Arrow. Has better effectiveness of damage, but no added lightning damage anymore. Okay. What the... Who was using General's Cry that made it so strong? What? Were people playing the General's Cry, Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma? Is that the build that people were playing? Is that why this got destroyed? This is a huge nerf. Holy. The hell, man? Glacial Hammer. Seems okay. Grace got nerfed in half. Hatred got mega nerfed. Whoa, Herald of Ash no longer grants spell fire damage? It was weird that it did this, to be honest with you, but it's also kind of strange that Anger didn't get changed. Right? Why did Anger not get changed? Anger is dog shit. Okay, dude. Hex Blast is the same, just worse early. That's the same. Ice Shot of Penetration seems to be the same. I actually had to write out this as a buff. Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay, no changes there. Infernal Cry now grants 5% physical damage as extra fire damage. Don't care. Intimidating Cry gives movement speed? I mean, moving fast does make you intimidating, so I guess. Whoa. Kinetic Blast got a massive fucking mana buff. Kinetic... What? Huh? It's got 115% of base attack speed now, previously 100. That's huge. And it now has increases and reductions to spell damage, also apply to attack damage from this skill at 200%. What the? Seriously? That's crazy, dude. Does it matter though? Like, that's definitely big, but does it matter that much? Because you would go life stack. Plus wand base is buffed? Yeah, we'll see. We'll keep looking here. Alright, so Kinetic Bolt. Normal Kinetic Bolt nobody cares about. Kinetic Bolt to Fragmentation. 85% instead of 70%. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good buff. Not bad. Lancing Steel has a lot more effectiveness of base and added damage. Whoa. Quite a bit more. That's pretty good. Okay. Is this a nerf? How much added lightning damage does Lightning Arrow give? Lightning Arrow doesn't give that much. It's 13 to 179. That's not that much. And it gained 23% damage effectiveness? Yeah, that's probably a small nerf. 23% damage effectiveness. At the high end, that might be a buff. That might be a buff at the high end. We'll have to see. This is pretty crazy. And its brand of Dissipation starts at 45 now for some reason. Poisonous Concoction of Bouncing got buffed? Really? Power Siphon has an attack speed base. Okay, I don't think... Does that matter for the mine build? It bypasses the attack speed, right? Increases and reductions of spell damage now also apply to attack damage from the skill at 150% of their value. I don't know how big of a deal this is. I'm not sure how big of a deal this is for that mine build that people are messing around with. Not sure. Rallying Cry now grants 3% of damage of your main hand weapon per 5 power. Reap got nerfed early, but the same later. Most of these are just like nerfing stuff while you're leveling, which is kind of shit when it comes to effectiveness of added damage on a lot of skills. A lot of these just seem to be that. Okay, shield charge and shield crush. Oh, let's look at spectral shield throw instead. These got buffed. These got buffed, and shield should have more armor and evasion and stuff, right? Could be good. Splitting Steel now has 330% effectiveness of base and added damage. That's pretty huge, right? It lost all of its base attack damage though. I just, with all the changes that happened in that area, I just don't know how good it is. Tornado Shot pretty much got unchanged. Unearth can only spawn corpses up to level 70. Oof. That's rough, dude. Mechanic Fisher of Snaking. Yeah, these probably got buffed. I don't care that much, though. Vortex got, like, a massive effectiveness of damage nerf? It got like a massive effectiveness of... What is this for? Was someone doing something weird with Vortex to get like big ignites or something? Like what is this? Because this seems like massive nerf. Did people? I didn't know people still played Ignite Vortex. I thought they gave up on that a couple leagues ago. Warlord's Mark. Cursed enemies grant 20 rage over 1 second when stunned. Instead, it now has cursed enemies grant 10 rage when stunned. So it's 10 rage instantly instead of 20 over 1 second. Okay, that's cool. I don't care about ball skills. Support gem balance, huh? Dude, this is a lot. There's so much in here. I'm hungry. Increased duration has been renamed to more duration support. Interesting. I wonder how big of a change that is. While channeling a supported skill, take 8% less damage from hits. Supported skills now deal 20% more damage at gym level 1, up to 29. It still doesn't seem great. It's okay. Inspiration is less mana cost instead of reduced. This is a nerf, isn't it? Because when it's mana cost and things like that, reduced is better, yeah? That's a nerf? I think that's a nerf. Damn, trauma support got gutted, dude. So we know about most of these changes. Champion nerfs came through, dude. Champion nerfs finally came through, dude. They lost 5 fortify. They lost 20% attack speed, 500 armor and evasion. Yo, they lost stun immunity too. I didn't realize that one. Champion lost stun immunity. Oof. I didn't think about the fact that they lost stun immunity. Damn, dude. We already looked at the Gladiator pretty extensively. Oh, Gathering Winds got nerfed too. I didn't realize it went from 15 to 10%. That's not too big of a deal. Far Shot is a bigger deal though. Oh, we've already looked at the Warden. We already looked at the Ascendant. All right. What? Kiwi is a game for boomers. You putting emojis in here, dude. What are you doing? There are now more notables on the passive skill tree than there are oil combinations to anoint them all. As a result of this, notable passive skills that provided plus 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. Interesting. Impaler Keystone. Inflict 5 additional impales on enemies you impale. Just a second later. Versatile Combatant got buffed, which is pretty cool. The Warlord's Call Keystone is once again known as Call to Arms. It now provides 100% more Warcry duration, and Warcries do not grant buffs or charges to you. So it's like a minion node now? Perfect Agony Keystone no longer causes modifiers of critical strike multiplier to also apply to damage over time for ailments from critical strikes. Instead, it now causes damage over time multiplier for ailments to be equal to critical strike multiplier. Causes critical strikes to not deal extra damage and makes it so non-critical strikes cannot afflict ailments. Is this a nerf? Because now you can't stack damage over time multiplier and crit at the same time. But your crit multi is now your damage over time multiplier. Yeah, it seems like it might be a huge buff for Assassin. I'm not 100% certain here, but it kind of seems that way. Aggravated Bleeding seems pretty good. There's a bunch of new, like, ability to block more stuff, which is really strong. Brutal Skewering provides impales you inflict lasts 1 additional hit just on the tree for free? They've added some dual wielding stuff, which is pretty cool. Increased impale effect is good. Thrill of Battle is 2 mana per enemy hit with attacks. That's decent, I guess. And reduced cost is also good. Attack passive mastery that gives you attack skills cost life instead of 20% of mana cost. That's decent. Oof. The 10% fizz taken as Chaos Mastery is just gone. The 10% of armor applies to chaos damage is just gone. The life passive mastery that gives you like your skill's life cost is 15% now. The 50 life is 30. Ooh. Getting a little spooky. Getting a little spooky. We'll look at this on the tree later, but I don't care about most of this. I'm trying to like skim it because there's just so much to look through. We can look at most of this on the tree. All right. Oof. Adorned got a wow. Okay. Not only is this a massive nerf to like the top end, it can also roll down to 0 now. Yo, what? Dancing Dervish no longer... You can weapon swap? Dude, you can weapon swap now while the Dancing Dervishes are going? That's crazy, dude. Defiance of Destiny got a very warranted nerf, to be honest with you. Eternal Damnation now has cannot gain endurance charges and cannot gain power charges. Oof. Lethal Pride, fizz damage taken as fire is gone. Having a placed banner does not prevent you from gaining Valor. I don't know if that's even somewhat worth considering. 20 to 30% of fire and lightning damage from hits taken as cold damage. Yeah, Taste of Hate got nerfed pretty hard. I'm a little worried. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I'm a little worried about defenses. I'm genuinely, like, when I'm looking at all this stuff, I'm a little worried about defenses. I'm not like massively worried, but I'm a little worried. Just a little bit. Non-gem items that generate with a random quality can now generate up to 30. The maximum random quality from tainted armor scraps and tainted blacksmith's whetstones is now 20, previously 29. Wait, can you not get 30% quality on stuff anymore? Did the fossil get removed too? Or is perfect fossil the only way? Corrupted and mirrored items are able to be unveiled once again. Perfect fossils are just gone. Oof. That's rough, dude. That's rough, dude. All Watcher's Eye modifiers that give you physical damage taken as elemental are gone. Corruption modifiers on shields. They've basically gotten rid of all Fizz taken as Ellie, dude. It's just gone. So what the hell do you do now? Do you just die to Fizz damage on the right side of the tree? If you're on the right side of the tree, how do you deal with Fizz damage now? Like, what do you do? Like, do physical attacks just fucking kill you? Is maxing evasion pretty much required and you have to go Wind Dancer now? Thinking emoji. Added a new set of modifiers for purity auras. Yeah, but what are they? Does lightning coil... Oh. Does lightning coil still have it? If the 2 chess pieces still have it, it's probably fine. That kind of worries me though, because those are gonna just feel completely mandatory. New Eldritch Implicit modifiers for body armors have been added that grant physical damage taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. Oh, that's decent. Okay, so it's not all gone. Yo, what is going on with wands? How do I even parse this? How do I even parse this? Okay. What even ends up being the best ones anymore? Yo, imbued wands have 1.6 attacks per second now? Probably still imbued. What's the base crit chance, though? Oh, 8. Oh. Yo, is Piscator's gonna be just fucking great now? Piscator's already has 9.10% crit because of like the base crit on it. This is gonna be even higher. The attack speed's gonna be even higher. I think our early Ellie hit build is pretty massively buffed, actually. So that's good. But our later version of it is just completely destroyed. Acropolis. This one. What about the Sacred Wisps wand? Sacred Wisps wand. What is it even called? That item just doesn't drop. Like, that item is so rare. Called Grace of the Goddess. It's a prophecy wand. So 1.2 and 8. So 10% crit, and prophecy wand is not gonna have 1.4. It might be good. The problem is that it doesn't have any other stats on it. I don't know that that does enough to change anything. It doesn't have attack speed, it doesn't have crit, so. But anyways, what I was saying before, this version of the build might actually just be really good now. Because, like, it was already good. Did anything change? I don't think anything changed here. Right? Oh, we lost 30% damage here. That's a pretty big nerf. We lost 5% effect here. Could we go this? Because losing far shot's pretty big, but we can get it back, right? Like, we can get it on a weapon, so there's not really a reason to go Deadeye anymore. 2+ additional projectiles is really big, though. Like, losing 2 proj is really rough. Maybe you go, like, late, you get +2 projectiles on, like, a Forbidden Flame, Forbidden Flesh, but even then, that doesn't seem worth it. Because, like, the stuff from the new Ascendancy is good, but losing 2 projectiles is just so bad. I wonder how much that matters, though. It definitely matters for clear. But I wonder if there's, like, a tincture that gives additional proj still. Okay, so here's what it comes to. If there is a tincture that gives additional proj, I think you don't go Deadeye anymore. Like, I feel like if there is a tincture that gives additional proj, you might not go Deadeye anymore. It heavily depends. Cause like these are all really good. But Pathfinder for the Wander builds? I don't think Pathfinder is gonna be a great option realistically. But we'll have to see. I'll have to do a bunch of tinkering and stuff. I'm not really sure. We probably wouldn't be able to hit hard enough for that to matter. Oath of Winter might be good, though. Oath of Spring is definitely good. Because you'd be able to hit a bunch of times. And then you'd be able to have 50 shocks. I guess it depends on how often you could get that to, like, deliver. Avatar of the Wilds is quite good. Gain 1 Unbound Fury whenever you inflict an elemental ailment, no more than once every 0.2 seconds for each type of ailment. Oh, it might not be as good as I thought. You could... Okay, so if you think of this like Berserk, it's actually better than it seems. Right? Just like using it as a big buff to finish off like a boss or something like that. Because realistically, if you're doing 3 or 4 elemental ailments, right? Like maybe 4 at most. If you're doing like 4 elemental ailments, you could gain 4 times 5. So you could gain 20 per second. So you could have this up every 5, like there would only be 5 seconds of downtime on this if you're applying all of those that frequently. So if we did end up going this, we'd have to think about like the stuff I'm not 100% certain we'd take it. We would take Seasoned Hunter for sure. So 1, probably 2. I don't know about this one. It'd either be this one or this one. Oath of Summer is fine, because Ignite's useless. So it's probably Oath of Summer. So 1, 2, 3, 4? I don't know if we would take Enduring Suffusion or not. I don't know. We'll have to think about it. But Piscator seems good. Piscator definitely seems like it's going to be good, and Wands in general seem like they'll probably be good. We'll have to see what the best way to go about it is, though. It's probably just Instack, if I'm gonna be honest with you. We probably just go Instack and we probably just go Trickster. If I had to guess like what the end game wand build is gonna be, it's probably just an Instack Trickster if I had to like put money on it or something. Alright, I really genuinely don't care about most of these changes. There's a lot of cool stuff in here, but I'd rather just see the items later. Don't care about Ruthless specific changes. What is toughness instead of life? The higher toughness a monster has, the less damage it takes. Jesus. That's kind of wonka. Oh, Freeze got a buff. They can have up to 50% action speed reduction instead of 30. That's actually pretty huge. That could make Oath of Winter worthwhile, legitimately. That's pretty good. The meteor has a 2-second cooldown, that's great. Should make an ARPG. I don't have the like time or dedication for that. Big Duck Giant Adventure. Didn't get the Twitch drop? That should have been forever ago at this point. Like, that should have been hours ago at this point. Okay, Keurig League mods. It doesn't say which ones are on the list, maybe? Okay, so we know about that. Don't care about most of that. We know about the static life bars. Yep. 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 Okay. All right. I think that's it. Jesus Christ, boys. All right. That's gonna be it for me. It's 7:30, dude. I did not expect everything to take that long, but it is what it is. I'll work on the patch notes thoughts. It's gonna take me a while. Like, it's gonna take me a bit. Overall thoughts, I'm super excited for the league. There's so much to do in the league, and there's so many things to like be excited about. The patch notes and like some changes to builds and stuff kind of hit some of my higher end builds quite a bit, but there's so much cool stuff coming up in the upcoming league. Definitely rest in peace, Detonate Dead. I'm pretty sure that got nerfed really, really, really hard. I don't know specifics on how that ability works, as I've ignored it as much as possible. But wands in general got buffed, but the high-end version of the wand build that I played previously got pretty heavily nerfed. Will I make starters this league? I don't know. Probably not. I haven't been playing PoE for quite a while, and I don't have like a good breadth of builds and stuff like that, but I might put together a POB for my personal league start plans. It'll probably be Ellie Hit Wander, most likely, because I think that's going to be relatively good, but we'll see. I don't know. I do want to say that the plan is probably starting Monday. We are going to do some like deep dive into researching builds, and I'm going to research the builds so that I can give opinions on what they are. Like, we'll probably come on stream and I'll just sit and look through a bunch of people's POBs and builds and stuff like that over the course of the next few days after that, and probably do that and get notes about them. Because we're going to start doing things like, I have research, we're going to research builds, currency, and other stuff. We're going to put notes together that will all be live on the website that I made. We'll probably be doing that throughout the week. I'm going to try to get a video up after I get some food done. But yeah, boys, take care. Appreciate you, gamers. Thanks for all the bits, all the follows, all the dones, all the support. Thank you. Appreciate you. And I'll see you all later. Gamers. I didn't find my thing to press. There it is. And remember, Devad Douglas in the chat.